live. Here we are going live. Doing live. All right. So here we go. We are live. All right. So it's crazy. We have our first backer, first 4 backers. It's automatic. It's just happening as I'm talking about. Awesome. We are gonna make this a thing. All right. Oh, Warzone Chronicle says best of luck. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's crazy. I think I'm actually going to start my TikTok as well. Mike Pierce. Hello, Mike. How you doing, buddy? I wonder. Oh, if somebody can share this this live to Facebook and stuff, I will. It'd be pretty awesome if we had some cool stuff. I want to see if we can get lots of people watching. That would be the best. But yeah, so I think what we're gonna do is I'm gonna have what is going on? Okay, I'm gonna turn my thing off. Turn my TikTok live on. Turn the volume off because you guys don't need to hear me on that. And then, so I have multiple streams of people wanting to go and talk about things live. Warzone Eternal Kickstarter is live. Oh. All right. Can I set that? I don't know what that is. All right. So I don't know how many people are going to be talking about that, but I don't want to. All right. Wish there was a way for me to find out who was on. That would be awesome. All right. All right, we're notifying people that you are live. All right. So if I'm talking to multiple people, you'll see me. All right, fix my thing. La la la. I'll be live for several hours today. Basically, I took today as a. I knew this was going to be the. Oh, hang on. All right. Copy the link. Nope, that didn't work. All right, let's do this again. Oh, I'm going to have to turn my vibrate off. Otherwise, that is not going to help anybody. That is going to be the opposite of what we want. All right. So here we go. I'm juggling multiple things. So it looks like we got all kinds of people in the live today. I wonder if I set you here. How do I do this? It's much easier on my hobby desk. Hello, everybody. I am on my YouTube channel today. I am on. All right, and it says, all right, totally live. I can close this. All right. Yeah, so we've got. We've been live for 6 minutes, and we are We're getting backers. We're getting it's happening, which is awesome. That's what we gotta want. Oh, I'm getting all kinds of messages. Hey, I'm gonna turn this part off because I do not need it vibrating next to my microphone. You guys do not need that at all. So how is everybody doing today on this fine Tuesday morning? For some of you, I'm sure it's much later in the day. But yeah, so the Kickstarter has gone live. We're getting backers, and that's what we want. That's the whole point of this. Let's see. I'm gonna say hi to Mike if he's still there. But yeah, so let's talk. I'm gonna see if I can turn on. If we got comments, I'll turn comment pages on. Einar says he's 19. Oh, he's the 19th backer. Gotcha. Awesome. Very cool. Very cool. All right, the numbers are going up. That's the important thing here. I mean, the important thing is that we make a cool game for everybody. How am I going to do this? Can I get my thing to be up by my? That's what I wish I had a thing like right there. Boop. That would be the best. So instead, you guys get like the downtrodden, or the YouTube gets you up here, one way or the other. But all right, hey Jason, how's it going? No, so this is pretty rad. I finally got my YouTube live to work, which has been problematic in the past. We'll say that's a nice way of putting it. It's been problematic in the past. But yeah, no. So I got it to work. It didn't need any weird plugins. It didn't need anything wacky. So yeah, now we're just talking about Warzone Eternal. So you'll note, all you people who are jumping in on the early bird stuff for these first 72 hours, the reason why we did a 72-hour lead in on this, originally we were going to do a 48-hour early bird. A lot of people like 48 hours, but there was actually one particular commenter in our Facebook groups that basically said that because it's like they had to work a double, or they're going to be gone for something, like there was something that they weren't going to be able to be at a computer in the first 48, but they would in the first 72. And Alex came to our meeting and was like, I think I'm going to do the early bird for 72 hours. And we were like, okay, it's the early bird's awesome. It's a good thing for everybody. But it was one of those things where suddenly it was we're doing this for one particular cool person, but hopefully it's going to stretch for everybody. And the biggest reason, honestly, for the for any kind of early birdism, it's swipe right to see more comments. I don't see any comments. Swipe left to close. The TikTok live has gotten weird, but I am still on the TikTok live because, frankly, more views the better. Not me monetizing or anything like that, but just basically getting the word out there for Warzone Eternal and get it to be out there. Oh, and I'm getting messages. Who's sending me messages? This person, I'm not sure why. Okay, weird. I'll have to check at that later. I think that may have been something that had absolutely nothing to do with the Kickstarter. But yeah, so we're live. We're doing good. Oh, I wanted to show everybody. I've got some things to show. So today is going to be a kind of a crazy day. So I'm going to go ahead and stay live, and I'll be talking most of the time or answering questions if questions pop up, to the best of my ability. But also, I'm going to go ahead and maybe show you a few fun things as we go. You might see me get up from my chair because being stuck in the studio for 4 hours straight without lunch and things, there will probably be breaks that need to be taken. Oh, and I'm getting dings. What is going on? Ding, ding. I'm being dinged. I don't know. I don't know what any of that is. Okay, whatever. Like I said, it's been a while since I've been live on TikTok and live on. I've never been live on YouTube because it never worked for me before, but now it seemingly is. Oh, hey, real quick, we have been live for 12 minutes, and we just passed the 10% to goal, and are still going strong. So, heck yeah, that is what I like to see. Yeah, no, super psyched. But yeah, so I wanted to show you. So the people who went to Adepticon saw this fine gentleman in living color because they were there to I was showing those pieces off. But here is, I'm going to show TikTok first, and then I'll show you guys as a camera. So here is the my painted version. Please be kind. I painted a lot of demo stuff for the shows. For the early bird special, the early bird model, the Archangel pilot. Here we go. This is, I don't know if it's going to come in. I'm trying to show. There we go. Come on, focus, camera. Do the thing. Do the thing. It's not going to cooperate. All right, so basically, and then here we have up here, so we can get them to focus. Oh, that one worked out right. So you'll notice all the blood and the bandages and the bright orange emergency kit. We were talking very early on when we were designing this fabulous game, and that we wanted it to be scenario based, as very scenario heavy, very built on the concept of not just smacking your opponents around. That's always cool. It's always fun to just go and blow each other up, but the game itself would be a lot more fun, especially if we ever get around to doing like tournament kits and things, is if you get that opportunity to oh yeah, thanks, Kevin. If you get a scenario that is thematic and feel very narrative, part of the benefit of making a game in the Mutant Chronicles universe is it's got such unbelievably rich and thick lore, that the world that they have created over the last 30 years is so heavy with, there's a lot of allegory, there's a lot of satire and things from when it was made, but like the overall concept of good versus evil, light versus dark, and almost like the ups and downs of technology, all of these things can be found in the lore of the game itself. So what we wanted the narrative, the scenarios to do, is to go ahead and reflect that in as many ways as possible. And one of the ways, and this is actually something that I think, I believe just 1947 and Infinity both do this very well, is they have models that are not, active members of your force that are part of a scenario, that are part of, whether it's a piece of terrain or in this case, a pilot that got shot down behind enemy lines. It gives us an opportunity to create more depth of a scenario that's not just run out and kill somebody, run out and blow up your neighbor. And so, for instance, like there is the scenario that is based around this gentleman right here that we've played many, many times in playtests. It is one of my favorite scenarios. I'm going to sum it up in the way that there's the light. If you are the agents of light, or if you're the harbingers of darkness, the agents of light want to rescue the downed Archangel pilot. They want to go find them, basically check on them, do first aid, and then get them off the board. So the model is set up somewhere closer to the middle of the, not necessarily the immediate middle, like it's not just a perfect center, pinpoint, but it is definitely a not you're not going to see somebody set it up next to the edge, but you put the but you put the emphasis on saving this guy for the agents of light, and so you're going to put it close to an edge, but as a bad guy you also want to be able to get to him, because the primary objective for the bad guys, for the servants of darkness, is they want to kill this guy. However, they don't want to kill him just by shooting him. It is about sending a message to the light. It is about doing something that is, there is no question, we did this. So that particular scenario has it that they win, the servants of darkness win, if they kill the Archangel pilot in close combat. If they run up and give him an evisceration. Whereas the agents of light want to get to him, hand him a pistol, give him smelling salts, like, all right, let's go, and then get him off the board. The benefit, thank you, Mr. Pifu. The benefit to the agents of light, it is much harder. That scenario, if you look at it, it is hard for the agents of light to get their automatic win, their primary goal, because they've got a wounded guy that's out there in the battlefield that if the bad guys get to him first, that could spell the end very quickly. However, the benefit of being an agent of light is that when you do get a chance to get this guy and you give him his smelling salts and remind him he's got a pistol in the emergency pack, that you now have an extra model in your force. You have an extra activation. You have an extra unit that has stats in the scenario that way that model can be part of the scenario. Now, obviously, you're gonna want to try and get that model to spend most of his actions to flee, to get the heck off the board. That's the goal, to get him off the board and get him, have the objective there. But it also means that model can take reactions. That model might not automatically get gacked. It's not like just if the bad guy runs up and touches them, they're dead. They've got stats. He wears armor, not much. He could survive wounding hits. If the force that you put together has got a medic in it, you might be able to keep that medic kind of alongside him and escort him off the field. Smoke grenades, you can cover his escape path. There's all kinds of things you can do, but when it comes down to it, the servants of darkness still do have a slightly easier time of all I've got to do is kill this guy. Now they get their automatic win if they kill him in close combat. If they basically make an example out of him in front of his friends, they get the automatic win. If they just end up getting a clear shot and just, it's better that he dies than you guys get him off the board and just pop him, they'll score some points, but nowhere near as many points as if they're going to get their automatic win, or if they just basically end up shooting him to keep him from fleeing the board. all that's really going to do is it gives them a few extra victory points and stops the Agents of Light from auto winning. It is that we're hoping that more of these scenarios, more scenarios as they go, will have that kind of lead. Oh, I got some TikTok chatter. Low Level Adventures says, "How's it going?" It's going great. Things are good. We just crossed. We just crossed 14,000 pledged of our 70,000 goal for the Kickstarter in 21 minutes. So that's not bad, guys. We're doing solid. I think I don't know if that's a stronger start than before, but we're still doing well. Things are great. We had a little bit over 1,000 people on the landing page that immediately got, they were aware, hey, it's Kickstarter's happening. So, and we know that it's, middle of the day. There's a lot of people that are probably at work, I mean, I am at work, but this is my work. Oh, you didn't realize we had a Kickstarter. We don't, or we didn't up until 22 minutes ago. For the Warzone Eternal Skirmish Miniatures game. I wonder if I could post up the link. I bet I can. We're going to try. I am also... Does this say comments? I don't want comments. I guess it does. That's fine. Oop. All right. Just in case people want to click on it from the YouTube show. DuckDuck2623. Hi, DuckDuck. I hope you are having a great day. Remember me. Do I remember DuckDuck2623? I have slept a lot since then, and a lot has happened in my life. So I don't know if I have. I don't know if I do. Duck 26. Me and you, we were asleep, unconscious. I definitely don't understand what's going on. I have no idea. TikTok Live is being weird. But yeah, so if you pop over to if you go to my YouTube Live right now, I just put up the link to the Kickstarter, so you can become a part of this amazing thing. But yeah, so to answer your question, low level, yeah, I life has been crazy. As of last week, I left my contract employment with Renegade. So while they still have a whole bunch of stuff for me to publish from the Essence 20 families, I took a full-time gig with Evil Genius Games. Oh, thank you, low level. The models do look cool. In fact, I'm gonna show off one of them right now. The ever famous Trencher Dave. So Trencher Dave, thanks for the new rules preview. That new art on 7A of the PDF. Thank you, Kevin. So Trencher Dave. For the people who don't know, Trencher Dave was an accident that became it sort of evolved into our kind of unofficial mascot. to be fair, so the Imperial Trencher is a basic dude. He's a guy with a gun, a backpack, and a shovel, and a gas mask because sometimes breathing in the fumes of evil is right out. And at thank you, Apollonius01, Christmas pledge. That means you're gonna be able to show some people some cool stuff. So yeah, the trenchers they're basically the Imperial grunts. They really are. They fill out the extra corners in the army, and if you kind of scale back the view to like where they have like full like full war zones. It's a game called Warzone, but like full on like battlefields with tanks and planes and bombs and the whole and like a larger scale battlefield. There's gonna be trenchers galore. In our game, which is a skirmish game, there will be fewer of them, but there's still we couldn't have a Warzone game without having trenchers. So at Adepticon, to get back to Trencher Dave, the hero in our hearts, we had this was the first time that anyone outside of the playtest teams got a chance to actually play our game. And we were starting to show demos. And there was a kid. I believe he says I think he said he was 16. But he was a great kid. He came up and learned the game. He took to it very, very quickly. He understood the rules, which of course is a good thing for us because it means thanks. Oh my god! All right, I need to turn my. Thank you. Oh my god, sorry, my phone was freaking out. Which means you guys all got to hear my my phone. Sorry. Where was I at? Oh, yeah. So we were showing this kid how to play it, and he took to it really well. He figured out the equation to the how to the action economy. Apollonius question: will expansions for other factions open? So here's the way this is going to work. Is as we get closer to when we hit that goal, because at this point I am super confident we're going to smash that goal. When we hit that goal, it will overcues. Hello. When we smash that goal, we will then start showing off our stretch goals. Now the expansions for other factions. Now, do you mean Apollonius? Do you mean more factions or more options for the factions that we have? Because the reason we've got that as set up differently, more options. Okay, so right now going into it, we Resnova says no new factions, but more models for the launch units. Yeah, so basically those starter faction boxes, those three unit types that you're going to get, you will have more options in order to field more versions of those guys. So you'll be able to get like blood beret medics, those sorts of things will be in the unit boxes. Should this continue to go as awesomely as it is, which it is. We're almost. We've been live for 29 minutes, and we are almost to 18,000 pledged, which is I can't say anything bad about that. On my TikTok, we have Mr. P says hello, Mr. P. But yeah, so where was I at? Oh, Trencher Dave, telling the story of Trencher Dave in all his glory. So this young kid, he's 16. He's having a great time. He's really enjoying himself, and he's taking to the rules. He's really got. Level says, "I want to subscribe to your YouTube channel, but you are currently at 666 subs." You know what? In the spirit of the light, go ahead and make it 667. Hit that button. That's awesome. So this kid, he plays the game. He comes back the next day. He plays again. I mean, like he really did absolutely awesome. Well, welcome aboard, Low Level. It was absolutely awesome to see that he was a wargamer. He was at Adepticon, which Adepticon, if you don't know, is absolutely the just the bee's knees when it comes to miniature gaming conventions. There's a bunch of 40K and Age of Sigmar and Lord of the Rings and historicals and all kinds of stuff. But for a lot of the smaller games, the smaller skirmishy type games like Infinity and Malifaux and now Warzone Eternal, They are it's a big show for us, and so most of the people that came up to the table to get a demo of the game probably already played some kind of miniatures game. So they kind of had a little bit of a lead in to understand how the games work. Low Level asks, are you doing anything with Gen Con? As Warzone Eternal, it was a little too late in the situation to get a booth or anything like that for Gen Con. But I will probably be bringing my demo models and my stuff and my terrain to maybe get some one-off games when I can. And I can't speak for Alex. I'm sure Alex will definitely be there, and I know Rick will be there, and I know Jake will be there. The Res Nova team, I know we'll all be there. But as far as actually having Warzone as a presence, so if you look at the backing levels, there is a couple levels that are super fancy special to possibly have a little early release cocktail party with yours truly. And basically, as long as it's because while I will be at Gen Con, I will be at Gen Con with my full-time role-playing gig. I will absolutely make like the cocktail party. I'm gonna make happen. There are things that I have to schedule around to make it happen, because I've got many irons in the fire, and some of which I cannot avoid. But as far as Gen Con goes, we will be there as the team, and there's going to be a lot of people that we know in the industry that are going to be super eager to start getting to play. To the chances of finding and setting up a pickup game or something along those lines are probably going to be pretty high. Not to mention, Gen Con is my hometown show. Effectively, I'm only an hour away. Which means I'll be able to bring all of my Warzone stuff and my mat and my terrain and all my stuff, and it won't be a massive, I'm not flying anywhere, so I can bring that stuff with me, and we can find a way to get a game in. But yes, Low Level, it is hard to get a booth. Gen Con is, Gen Con is the world's, it's the best 4 days in gaming. To quote them, it's huge. I know I've been in the industry now for 20 years, and every time I go to Gen Con with a company, I am shocked. I'm always thrown for a loop at just how crazy it can get, and how much some of these companies make, and how much some of these companies spend to be there. It's big. It's a big deal, which is fine. It is what it is. But yeah, so Trencher Dave. This is the best part about being live, is that you guys get to experience Brian unedited, and you get to see me be uncorked and crazy. Because I'm going to just go off on tangents, and the world is going to be, I'm going to be all over the place quite a bit. But Trencher Dave. So during one of this kid's demo games, he, like you said, he was playing, having a good time, and suddenly he just don't break the Trencher Dave fourth wall. No, I'm not. But Trencher Dave, it's not a fourth wall. Trencher Dave is amazing. He's the Imperial hero that we all want and need. During one of these demo games, so a regular everyday Trencher. Just I am fewer points. Thank you, Jacob. Or Jakub, depending on the pronunciation. I hope I didn't screw that up. Or I got it right one of those two ways. But the basic everyday Trencher is one of the, I don't want to say like least effective units, because that's not the way this game plays. Every single model in Warzone Eternal, whether it is an undead legionnaire, part of the pack, or a blood beret, sergeant, a leader of the blood berets. Every single one of these characters, or every single one of these units, can be a game winner. Can be the model that that makes the day. Congratulations! We just passed 30% to goal in 36 minutes. But the way that we've designed this game, again, like I said, it's very scenario playing. It's very scenario based, and a lot of times that these characters are out on the field. Sometimes they might need to take specific actions. They might need to run over and disarm a bomb and make leadership tests and stuff. Like we really plan on getting deep in the concept of a narrative scenario. So the chances of basic everyday Trencher Dave saving the day is probably kind of small. He's cheap on points. His stats aren't great. He's a recruit. He's gonna do what he's supposed to do, and sometimes that's just be a meat shield, and other times it's hold the line. And in that particular game, that trencher not only got up out of his trench, getting rid of his benefits for being entrenched, but killed like 2 undead legionnaires, 1 necromutant, and put a wound on a centurion. And then when I explained to the guy that was playing that, hey, it's a 5-turn game and you are going into turn 4, but you're pretty close to being able to run over and touch that objective and win the game. This trencher could make it. And in that end run, he ends up poor trencher Dave. He ends up becoming pinned. He uses both his action and his reaction to great effect. He ends up getting 2 wound markers put onto him. And mind you, he's a 1 wound guy, so it means that he's like holding his guts in, trying to make this end run. But at the very end, he failed. He was only like 6 inches away from the objective. He was so close. And the end result. Hi, Jenny on TikTok. Hi. The end result was this absolute cheapest model that you could field as an Imperial almost won him the game, and he struggled, and it was amazing. So I told this gentleman, this player, I told him, I was like, listen, we need to make this guy famous. He's Trencher Dave. Trencher Dave needs to be famous. And because he's a younger gentleman, he didn't have the social medias, he didn't have the things to do it. So I said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a quick picture of Trencher Dave, and I'm going to spread his legend and lore far and wide. So I threw it up on Instagram. I threw his story up on Facebook, and it turned into this giant thread of people basically praising Trencher Dave for his heroism, saying he should get the silver cross of the Empress, the Empress's silver cross. And it was really cool, and it was heartwarming, and it was just fun to see players of people who enjoy the old version of the game, the previous versions of the game, people who love the Mutant Chronicles, people who get into the narrative like we do, and elevating this demo team moment guy. And so my behind the scenes, several of us on the team have kind of edged toward poor Trencher Dave being kind of almost like our little team mascot. He's really kind of become the Res Nova mascot is Trencher Dave. This plucky, not to say that we are a plucky group of seasoned veterans, but a plucky group of seasoned veterans who are trying to make something amazing out of the mud and the trenches and the battlefield that is the gaming industry from time to time. I got some stuff on the YouTube that I have not paid attention to. Will you add heroes later? And are heroes alive during the time frame the Eternal is set? So we're set during. Oh, and Alex already took care of it. We're set during the Second Corporate Wars. So the core heroes that everybody knows, the Mitch Hunters, the Valerie Duvals, they're absolutely alive and active, and they're doing their thing. One of the things that we all kind of collectively agreed on is that those big named characters, those movers and shakers, those superheroes of myth and legend when it comes to Mutant Chronicles, they definitely deserve a place in the game. The only thing that we do not want is we don't want them to deserve a place at every game. I know this is something that has bothered me for absolutely as long as I've played miniatures games. So like way back into like, just after Rogue Trader, that first big fat second edition 40K box. I have always found it strange that every single battlefield sees every single special character. Like they're always there, and that just it for a truly narrative player like myself, someone who's really into the story, it makes me crazy that every time I play a game, I see this character. Here's Mitch Hunter again, because they're one person, and the galaxy is awfully big, or the solar system is awfully big. Mutant Chronicles wise, the solar system is awfully big. And it always made me a little crazy that these special characters were everywhere. And in certain instances, there were special characters that were just better than all of their counterparts. And narratively, they should be. Like there's no question for that. Like if you've got a if you've got a superhero, yeah, he might be a few extra points, but he is probably going to be better than everybody else. And when it comes down to a tactically sound game, a game about strategy and narrative scenarios, the last thing we want is for there to be must-haves. You got to take this guy. It's I hate the term no-brainer when it comes to people putting together their armies. There shouldn't be a no-brainer build. You should always think about your build, whether it's you're thinking about it as I want to field this cool list. I don't know whether or not it'll win, but it feels good for me. Or whether it's the no-brainer factor is I need to think about the actual units. Do I bring a medic? Do I have enough multi-wound models to make that really effective? I'm playing Cybertronic. Do I have enough guys with the ability to do the network to make some of those AI robots function properly? Like that's the things that I want you to be thinking about when you're building when you're building your forces, instead of, well, I'm going to take Vince Diamond. Why? Well, because he's the best. Yeah. So yes, to answer your question, eventually there will be heroes in the game, but our heroes are probably not going to be the if I bring this hero, I auto win style of thing. What we are probably talking about, and again, this is all still conceptual based off of how well the Kickstarter does, how well retail pledges go, how our retail presence goes, is Alex and I have talked several times. We love the idea of having, the whole point of making these legendary characters, these cool characters, these characters that are the flag wavers in the lore and in the fluff. The whole point of them is that they are they've done something amazing. They've been part of an amazing campaign. They've done something that makes them legendary, that makes them exemplary. And so what we were talking about is that we would love to create products later on that might be like a cool piece of terrain with 10 scenarios, 10 or 12 scenarios cooked in for that piece of terrain that has the rules and maybe even the models for those legendary characters to show why they're legendary in those campaigns. So that way I want to see Mitch Hunter be the amazing Mitch Hunter that he is, we can make those scenarios. Might even be able to make those scenarios like lopsided, so to take into consideration that Mitch Hunter is who he is, or that situation of, maybe this is the the prototypical testing grounds for good old Vince Diamond. His first scenario might be an absolute cakewalk, and then that second scenario is, okay, now that Cybertronic has tested the fact that he's amazing, here's the response. This is the stuff that we want to do. So yes, to answer your question, heroes are on our docket, but we really want to focus on filling out the strategic choices of the different factions before we start adding in a bunch of superheroes and legends. Okay, I have gotten ahead of myself. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Gonna get used to the concept of running a single strike team instead of 2 to 4 squads. Yes. So this is it is a single strike team, but we've played games where you get about 12 to 14 models on a side. And they're a little longer. The game takes a little bit longer, but it's just as fun. And the goal here obviously is to give you enough options when you're eventually for your faction or factions that instead of looking at things like, oh, I need to take a group of Blood Berets, I want to take a group of Golden Lions, I want to take a group of Sea Lions, that you view it now as I want to make sure that I've got I want some Blood Berets for my force. I want some Golden Lions for my force. So that way you're still getting that flavor and feel of what you want to do and the different units that you might know and love. And hell, if you really are feeling froggy and you go, you know what? I'm taking all Blood Berets. I did it in a playtest game and they worked out just fine. I might look at it and go, man, that's going to get boring quick. But that's up to you. Some people might very well. I haven't tried it, but it is possible to take just a pile of trenchers and be like, all right, here's my Imperial regular forces. They could have sent in the elite special forces, but instead they sent in bodies with guns that fire big bullets. So that's possible. It's something you can do. Now, Alex and I may disagree here. I like the concept of getting the game to be a little bit larger, to escalate a little bit, to get a few more of those big monsters and potentially a vehicle or two on the board, not per side, but just like kind of to scale up to that level a little bit. But the game is designed to play as a skirmish, is designed to play, I think, honestly, comfortably, you can get about 20 figures to a side and still have a fun, good game without it turning into losing track and just so many moving parts and all that stuff. So what I would suggest is if you ever want to see a more escalated version of the game with some adjusted rules to take into consideration for those stuff, we get Warzone Eternal to be successful, because that would be something that we would have to reach for in the future. You have any plans to creating an algorithm point system to generate your own hero? Plans, that's a hard word to say. We have lots of plans. We have lots of stuff on paper that are like, man, this will be cool. Man, this will be great. But it comes down to how well the game does, how big our footprint ends up being. If this ends up being something that stores across the world are like, yes, we want Warzone Eternal in our stores, then me sitting down and coming up with an awesome kind of campaign style system to build a hero makes more sense. Is it something that I think needs to be in the basic game? Nah, probably not. But is it something that I think would be cool for like scenarios or organized play or something like that? Definitely. And Alex and I are in agreement that when we do get around to making like these narrative scenario packs, these things that, the kind of these narrative scenario arcs, those will absolutely have cool things that allow you to take a character, like take my Blood Beret leader, take Trencher Dave, and oh, I won this game. I won by 5 points. I won by my primary goal. I choose 2 characters, they get an extra wound, or choose from these 3 special benefits and add that to a guy. So that's something that I would absolutely love to get into for like scenario play and like scenario arcs and things. But for the actual just straight up in the game, I don't think, especially not tournaments, building your own stuff for tournaments and things is an invitation to power gaming and bad feelings. Oh, I've got messages. Who that thing? Boo, boo, boo. Okay, that is there. Who is this? Oh, JD, if you are listening, thank you for being the first retail backer of Warzone Eternal. You're the best. Speaking of which, if you have a store, if you've got a local store, if you got a store that you're like, I really would like you to, to take a look at this because you want to grow the player base. We have a retail pledge backing. We've got a baseline retail backing. Send them this link. Post this up in the Facebook page for your group. Send them that information because that gives you. Not only is it kind of spread the word for your local players, you might be able to get more people to play, but it also, if your store ends up being part of our retail program, that's a quick guarantee that you're going to have an avenue to get the new stuff as it gets produced. So, all right, closing things, closing stuff. All right, sorry, I had too many windows open. Right. Where are we at? Open that thing up. All right. Still going strong. Still, seeing those backers coming in. That's where it's at. All right. Let's go back to talking to people. All right. So concept heroes. Any timeline for production and shipping? Oh, geez, James. I don't know. I don't have good numbers for that because we have no idea how well this is going to go. I mean, we literally just hit the go button on this. We hope that things will go smoothly and there will only be no hiccups and everything, and everything will go smoothly into production. But it would be foolish for me to even give you a rough estimate. For a number of different reasons. Still unsure, to Trencher Dave. Okay, we've got love to see new characters made from the Res Nova. So, okay. There are so many units in the history of Warzone and the history of Mutant Chronicles. There are so many different units for us to be able to choose from, and we're a small company. We're tiny. So being able to say that I would love, I guarantee I've got ideas upon ideas upon ideas of what I want to see in this game. But most of those ideas, the lion's share of those ideas, are our interpretations of existing cool narrative units, things that either never got a model or things that maybe got models but were terrible and I want to see new ones, or in certain instances just things that I miss. As a wargamer, I played Warzone. Warzone replaced 40K for me for an entire generation of 40K, and I remember looking at these original models and being like, "Ooh, these are so cool!" And now I look at them and go, "Oh my god, oven mitt hands!" I can't wait for the game to be fleshed out enough that we don't see the same 3 or 4 units per faction. That there are more and more and more for people to do, but we have to be realistic. Res Nova is a team of 4 people plus, and honestly, we're effectively Alex is the pinnacle of Res Nova, and the rest of us, we are sort of the tent poles that help things move along. But we all want to see this game grow and become huge and be awesome, which honestly, it comes a lot down to you guys, playing the game and being positive, getting people to see the community as welcoming and accepting of new players, and rather than seeing people that shut the door of, oh, you didn't play Mutant Chronicles back in the 90s. No, everybody wants to play cool games. We all want to see cool stuff, and for that to happen, for that to be a thing that happens, we need to grow at a rate that is sustainable. Honestly, that's one of the things that a lot of Kickstarters out there, especially small company Kickstarters, fail at, is they shoot for the moon and they lasso it, but then they're so overwhelmed with how much they have to accomplish that they either never get it quite done. They get something in the world changes, and suddenly you can't fulfill. And we don't want that to happen. We don't want that to be our story. Our story is a bunch of people who absolutely love this game and love this lore, and we want to make a new version, a new game that plays awesome, that has a feel that goes back to its original. It feels like it goes back to the originals, but with today's awesomeness. But yeah, so that's the thing. All right, where are we at? Would love to see new characters, but yeah, I would love to make new characters too. Now, there's no secret. I've written a bunch of new lore. There's a bunch of new fluff that kind of new fiction, I should say, that we will be be seeing in the rule book. If you go onto the Warzone Facebook page, you can actually scroll back and see some of those earlier versions. Some of those characters might be kind of cool to see in stat card format, but anything like that I think that if we ever made anything like that, you're probably not going to see an actual sculpt out of it, just because there's so many amazing sculpts and amazing things that we need to actually get done to keep the game growing. It would be nice to have these cool flavored things from us, to leave our new fingerprints in the lore, but I do not believe my hubris is so deep as that I need to leave my own personal imprints in the lore, because I'm already making a game. I'm already making a game that you guys are going to hopefully enjoy and be part of. I don't need to also be like, oh, and here's my own special fancy character, or oh, here's this thing that I've changed the universe for to make exist. I just want the universe to exist. I just want the game to be played, and I want people to enjoy it. I want to be able to go to a convention and see in the booklet that there is a Warzone tournament being played. That's what I want. Algaroth is always first because he has the most warriors. It's not even just he has the most warriors, but in the lore, the necromaguses and the Techrons, they build a lot of the war machines and soldiers and things for the other forces, for the other apostles. So it just made sense for us to build to go ahead and build that force, starting with Algaroth and then moving into the other apostles as things progress. Oh, congratulations! We just passed the 40% mark in just under an hour. So let's keep it slamming, keep sharing, keep telling your local stores, keep making it happen. Warzone is back, baby. All right. Curious which version of the lore was looked at. Was it everything that picked from, or is the Warzone first edition, maybe first and second edition? Neither is bad, just curious. So there are aspects of the lore that came later on that we were kind of looked away from, but generally is first edition Warzone lore, and the Mutant Chronicles role-playing game, the second edition specifically, that was we drew a lot of inspiration from. That's probably the coolest era in our collective opinion. Plus a bunch of stories from like the faction books and stuff. But yeah. Let's see. Oh, did I go too far? I went too far. I scrolled too fast. Give me a moment. Lore question for those who know Eternal Youth or Brain in a Jar. Not telling. Not telling. Brian Scott, assuming the expansion boxes are stretch goals, can we get an idea of approximately how much they would cost? I don't have that information. That's an Alex question. Maybe he might pop in here. But I also do know that if you look roughly at a per model cost for the faction starters, it gives you a pretty close approximation. You know what? I am going to put the link back in here again because someone just asked if the Kickstarter is live, and it is live, baby. I want to give you monies, but I don't know how much. Plus, this would likely drive the pledge totals. So, Brian, the reason why we don't have that listed just, excuse me, Jesus, why we don't have that listed just yet is because we want to focus on the stuff. We want to focus on the absolute what we know. We want to focus on what we know rather than trying to tell you about all this stuff that might not happen. Now, I'm confident that it will, but we just want to make sure that we're not crazy. IREX, I just posted the link up just now in here. The lore we built from first edition. Oh, okay. Oh, Alex just answered what I was saying. I apparently am behind on comments. I apologize. Can you remind me of the material, how the minis are made? The material is Cyocast. It's gonna be hard Cyocast, which is a thermoplastic that is thankfully very adjustable for our purposes, and we're able to create a lot of models in a relatively short amount of time. And it also, unlike some of the larger companies that can afford massive, HIPS plastic die pressed sprues, it allows us to create these models with great detail, without doubling or tripling what we actually are asking for to be able to get that off the ground. Started Warzone, built 2 armies, then started Chronopia. And then the bad news games. Oh, so I loved Chronopia as well. Just to give those guys a hat tip, there is another company that restarted Chronopia. You can find them. I believe you can find them on Kickstarter as well, just to kind of get the information. But they are still. They have not sent their production stuff out yet. But the Kickstarter for them was just last year. All right, James, thanks, Alex. Okay, Chuck says, I'm not seeing info about the faction expansion boxes, contents, or price. Thanks. I just mentioned that. So we are, right now, the Razid is the only one that is an expansion currently for everybody. The others will be unlocked. Oh, and Alex just said that. Dark Siege, Dark Siege, maybe. Mutant Sea was the game show that showed him the world of miniature gaming. He still has his Siege of the Citadel, Blood Berets, and the last box had the Swedish names in it. Awesome! It's part of what makes this endeavor so cool is because it is such a long-standing thing. It has been just an amazing process, and there's so much that has already come out for this universe for us to build off of. Is that there's Dark, there's no sorry for bad English. This is a world economy, baby. Mutant Chronicles is worldwide. So if English isn't your first language, dude, you're doing great. If you are Swedish, my Swedish would be absolutely hot garbage. I lived in Norway for 3 months, and my Norsk is iffy at best. So yeah, no, absolutely. There we go. Thanks for the link. Every once in a while, I'll post the link back up just to make sure that people have it. Let's see. We dug back into the black and white RPG art to get the design for the Shadow Walkers. Yep. Because there were no illustrations of Shadow Walkers. In fact, and the models for the Shadow Walkers, the original models, kind of looked bad. I hate to say it. They looked, their knives were like giant, their katanas were like giant butter knives, and they had these goofy hoods on. Ours, way cooler. Cyber Ninjas for the win. Let's see. What do we got? Congrats on the launch day. Thank you very much. So far, so good. We've rounded 40% in an hour, and let's hope that it just keeps on keeping on. That's the goal. Is it keeps on moving, and it just keeps on going. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your retail stores. Totally unrelated, but now that Warzone is returning, can we bring back American Gladiators? You know what? I'll put in the right word. I'll put in the word, and I'll put the bug in someone's ear for American Gladiators. That's fantastic. How does the scale of these new models compare to the modifius Siege of the Citadel miniatures? Or the larger Protoss games. I do not have any of the Siege of the Citadel or Protoss models here, but what I can do is show you. So here is a Razid, and here's Trencher Dave standing next to said Razid to give you just a general idea in comparison to my hand. Do I have? I thought I had my little millimeter scaler, but I don't. Sad. Scale wise, they're going to fit in with they fit in fine next to any of my like 40K figs and stuff on the shelf. They look similar, but it is not going to be you're not going to see a massive change in scale. And in fact, there's actually a few of the masters that we had printed for some of the demoing masters that we had printed that sadly when I printed them they were slightly too big or slightly too small. So there will be a few adjustments here and there to make everybody in that same scale, or more importantly, to the same scale across the board. Because it makes things, especially in a game where line of sight is important and terrain is important. The last thing we want to do is have you have to buy a ton of massively oversized or undersized terrain. We want you to be able to use terrain that you've already got, or go to cool companies like Warsenal or Death Ray Designs, Muse on Minis, those companies, and get cool terrain that fits with here. Tinker Turf, geez, I just did a whole episode on Tinker Turf terrain. So that's that we want you to have the easiest way to get into this game and to be able to play this game without having to adjust your entire war game collection. Brian, any word on the early bird campaign from the first Kickstarter? You're Scottish, and even English isn't my first language. Love you still, unsure. So the early bird campaign that we did for the first Kickstarter, which it might be a little confusing for anybody who didn't know, we did attempt to kickstart this last year, and it did not slam out the doors like we really, really wanted it to, and it looked like we were going to probably have to do Kickstarter after Kickstarter after Kickstarter to make the game keep going. So we talked to the licensors, then gave us this extra year to retool things and make a cooler thing, which is obviously, so hopefully you guys are enjoying it and loving it a little bit more. So, but that original campaign, that early bird campaign that everybody was going to get in that first one, you'll note that it's not mentioned in this. It does not mean that it doesn't exist, and it does not mean that it's not going to exist. It just means that it might be something that we do as maybe a thank you, maybe like do something like Fancy Christmas. Here's a PDF for everybody to play, or something like that. We plan on being very involved and very engaging with the community, and do lots of cool stuff for us to hopefully keep you playing. I know that sounds almost drug dealer. You got to try and get you to keep on playing, but no, we want you to stay excited about the game, stay fresh about the game, and love everything about the game. And so coming up with more scenarios and putting out PDFs of, hey, we came up with a new scenario, a cool narrative thing. Hey, you Brotherhood players out there, here's this cool thing. So that's something that we want people to have the options to do. And it gives us an option to put out more cool things. So to answer your question, I know it's totally roundabout, is that campaign, that pre-made campaign that we were talking about in the last attempt, it still exists. It's still on my computer. It needs to have some cleanup done to it. But I'm sure it'll be something that we'll see in the future in some variety, whether it's broken up into chunks or whatever. Love the fact that you included Martian Banshees in the capital starter. So do I. I love Martian Banshees. Not just in our game, but I've always loved the concept of jump troops. And I love the concept of armored jump troops that like use their bulk to like smash opponents when they land in there. Not necessarily like, flying elbow off the top ropes or anything, but just, I love the concept of, no, they're not fully flying across the sky, like the Rocketeer, but like suddenly, you know what? I'm going to use a very currently pop culture term. I love how they do the jetpacks for the most part with the Mandalorians in The Mandalorian Season 3. A lot of short jumps, a lot of short hops, with a few exceptions where they treat them like airplanes. For the most part, it's tactical leaping, and that's what I love about Martian Banshees. So yes, I'm glad they're there too. Let's see. The issue I have is no stretch goals. Doesn't give you. Oh, well, okay. So Melanie, the reason that we have stretch goals, we absolutely have stretch goals. We just don't want to show everybody our entire hand coming out of the gate because we want to be able to keep people excited for a longer period of time. We want people to be invested, and I want to, I want to unlock the next thing because I want to see the thing after that. Like that's the idea here. Not to mention, we've seen other campaigns that if they tell you everything that they've got, if they show you their entire collection of stretch goals, then if they show you everything, then sometimes someone might see, there might be a backer that sees that and goes, there's nothing on that list that I want, and they just never care. So the goal here is to try and get people, we want them to have, we definitely have them. We definitely have a bunch planned, and we've got some very cool ones planned. I wish I could show you the one that we have planned. But we'll get there. We're absolutely going to get there. Warzone without a Nephirite, that's heresy. Well, let's just say that the Nephirite is he's shy. He needs your guys' fan love. We gotta get people to call him out of hiding, so to speak. Okay. Back to all I can. Thank you, Catedrale de Luna. I hope I got that right. What's with the weird anatomy of the Sacred Warriors? Weird anatomy. I don't know if I know what you mean by weird anatomy. They're humans of both male and female body type. Warzone will never. Okay, for now, if you don't tease us with the stretch, we're trying. We're gonna get there. To be honest, the Sacred Warriors look more like troopers to me. Skirmish agreed. Thought the same. Drip feed stretch goals. Okay. Stretch goals come when you fund the start. Yeah, so still interested, letting you know. You'll be making the artwork of the Venetian Ranger into a mini. Oh, the one where he's got his knee up, where he's standing on top of a little rock and he's standing there. That is one of the sculpts of the Venetian Rangers. So yeah, absolutely. I think it's good that you drive a little slow right now to test the waters. I hope that we people will come to Mutant Warzone and play. I agree. I hope that people really get in there and that they really dive in and this becomes, I could say that this becomes the next big thing. It becomes the coolest thing ever. I want it to be. But honestly, Alex and myself, as fans of the game and fans of the world, the biggest thing is we want it to survive. We want it to survive in the way that the game is fun, the game is playable, new units happen. We don't necessarily need the $7 million Kickstarter, but we would like it to be successful enough that it stays around, that it sticks around, and that when I go down the line, 5, 6, 7 years from now, and we jump in and grab, honestly, what I would love is that we're successful enough with Warzone Eternal as long as we can, to the point where Alex and I and Jake and Rick and who knows who else is on the team at that time have to sit down and start actually thinking about coming up with new units, new ideas that fit into that second corporate war mentality, that new ideas that fit into the play style that we want to create, because it would be awesome to have a game that we've made successful enough with enough longevity and enough survivability that it continues on its own steam. I mean, obviously our steam as well, but like it doesn't require a Kickstarter every 2 years to keep going. Okay. Mitch Hunter, Big Bob Watson. We covered that because of Ben B.O.B. We talked about the special characters. We want to add them at some point, the unique characters, but they are probably going to end up being parts of like scenario boxes, rather than just here's a dude that you get to add to your force. We know there's 3 5 to 6 man sections for each unit type for the starter boxes, plus the Razid and the Mortificator exclusive, and others that you don't know about. By weird anatomy, I mean there's something really off there. Okay. We'll have somebody take a look at that, I suppose. Only for the sheer fact that I've got the models and they look fine. They don't seem like their anatomy is weird, but oh well. Still unsure. Could be angle again. Oh yeah, that's true. It could be the angle again, as seen with the Bauhaus Ranger with his knee up. Yeah, sometimes some of those the renders, if you don't see them from the right angle, they look a little wonky. For instance, we posted a picture of who was it? One of the Blitzers. The Blitzer operator with his grenade back, and where he was posed, it looked almost like the barrel of his gun was almost like bendy. It seemed just a little bit weird. And once I got my hands on that exact model, like not the model reprinted, not another version of the model, but the actual painted box model that we put up on the Facebook page, I took a look at it and I looked down the barrel of the gun and it was just fine. So I think there is a certain level of photography weirdness that can happen. I know there was somebody that was looking at one of the Venetian Rangers and was like, this guy looks weird and short, and it's because of the way his leg was posed. So I hope that what you're seeing is just tricks of the camera. But either way, I'll make a note of it and we'll take a look to see if anything's wacky. Do you need? Are you going to do named heroes? Need Laura and Nick. Like I said, we want to do named heroes in the future, but as parts of like special editions and stuff. If you make the 70K, will it be going through this time? Yes, the whole point of this was for us to retool things and make things more sustainable in the long run, which is why we have a new goal, which is why we've got new faction starter boxes, which is why if this goal hits and even just that first wave of faction boxes go out, we believe that the ability for us to have a retail presence and to be able to show up at conventions and sell product and make things happen will be able to continue pushing us forward. That's the goal. Need a UK and EU department. How much does a Cytocast machine run these days? I don't know. I wish we had a way to create product overseas easier. Jason says these models are so much better. Love them. We do too. So we liked the models last time. We enjoyed them. We thought they were good models. But giving us an extra year, going back to the sculpting board, going back and deciding, figuring out that more people wanted more dynamic, less modular, allowed us to create these much better models and add little doodads and add things that gave the models more character. It means that your initial unit box cannot make 5 of the exact same thing that you want to or anything like that. It makes the models that it makes, but they're better models and they're really rad. And for anybody who was at Adepticon that got to see them in person, we are very, very excited to see the paint jobs that start streaming in from these and so forth. Really hoping to see Valkyries for the Brotherhood and the stretch goals, and possibly the Bauhaus Commander on the horse. Always one of my favorite minis from the previous editions. So, Steve, Valkyries, I can tell you this, that while they are not sitting in the wings automatically, waiting to happen, they have playtesting rules created. I think they're super rad. And I want to see our sculptors take on them, because I liked the old school Valkyries back in the day. But I think a new aesthetic to them slightly, changing things up to be a little less Baroque and a little more combat ready would probably be pretty cool. As for the Bauhaus Commander on the horse, the Venusian Marshal, Alex and I have talked a lot about this, a great deal, and we have several options for that model, and who knows, that might be something that you see earlier or sooner rather than later. All right, what do we got? Jason's photos are better too, but the proportions and detail in the model is better. Okay. Melanie says, I've been really down about this project, but damn it, Brian, I'm feeling the hype. Don't drag me down. I'm not going to drag you down. Everything's great. So no, I'm excited. You're not the only one feeling the hype. I have been pumped for this to happen. I would say, when we did the kind of the first version of this, the first attempt last year, it was something that when Alex was like, all right, hey, we need to close up shop for a little while and retool things and figure stuff out. It was a hard day. It was a hard day for everybody, for Alex, for myself, for the licensing company, for all the fans. You know, like, it was rough, but it really did give us. It gave us that adrenaline boost that when the new stuff started to trickle in and the changes, and we could put the old to the new and go, oh my god, and the here's this old starter box that cost X, and here is this new starter box with more models that costs less because of the new technology and the new posings and less modular bits. And it really kind of started ramping up my feel, my want, my holy crap, this is going to happen again. And so I cannot express how happy I am that we're moving forward again, that we're getting forward. I need a mounted I need mounted corporation options in my life. Imagine Trencher Dave on a Charger with a gas mask. So there is a Trencher with a Charger. He exists. Trencher Dave, I foresee good things in the future for Trencher Dave. I just don't know what those things are just yet. I know we have talked behind closed doors a few of the things that we would like to do. I know one of the things I would like to do, but today is the first hour and 26 minutes of the campaign, and we are just about ready to round the 50% mark. 50%. We really are. We're about ready to round the 50% mark. Hell yeah! I got to thank you guys. I gotta thank you. Thanks goes out to all you guys for doing this. Still unsure said, oh, do you know if you have the artwork for buildings, terrain, and or ships? Ships like cruisers and things, I think you're probably that's not something we're probably going to see a lot of. But for buildings and terrain, I know we've talked a little bit. Hell, we've talked to a couple of companies that we may want to have them do. Yeah, they can't. Maybe they won't do like super sponsored. Like here is a capital something or other. But I want to let them know, hey, here's this cool thing I like to see in things. So yes, I want to see. I really want to see. So back in the day, there were several terrain kits that came out. There's an Imperial Beachhead, the Bauhaus Bunker, the Brotherhood Cathedral. I think there might have been a fourth one, but I know I remembered those three. We just rounded 50%. Thanks, James. 50% in less than an hour and a half. Hell yeah, that's what I like. But back in the day, they had these terrain kits that were cardboard. They were cereal box cardboard you glued together, and for their time, they were fantastic. We think now that technology has moved forward, and a lot of those same concepts are the same, but you could do it out of like MDF, or you could do it out of like press board or something. There's got to be options for us to make badass Warzone terrain, or work with a company to make terrain that is wink wink nudge nudge Warzone adjacent. That I can't see it. As long as things go well for us, those will be conversations that we'll be having in the future. Love the passion you and Alex have shown for the universe and upcoming Kickstarter releases. Any interesting rules changes happen in the last year? The big one, honestly, there are a few tweaks here and there, trying to make things less about, oh, I've got more heavy weapons than you, so I just win. But one of the big ones is how you build a force has altered, where you choose a leader, got to have a leader for your force. But you choose a leader, and that leader has X number of support points. So you can build your force around a leader, and then the support points that they have buys you things like operators and snipers, and in certain instances, models that maybe don't belong to a particular unit, but definitely fill a slot of that kind of support role. Meaning that it could be something that you want to buy more. You buy more guys more, you bring more leaders, you spend a few extra points to put those leaders in the force, so they bring more support, so they bring more special guys. So it is more of a pyramid style, whereas before it was just one and another. I think that's probably one of the biggest changes is how to build a force. We think that it is way easier now. No percentages, no weirdness. The closest thing to a weirdness is your reinforcements list. If you're playing a non-one-off game where you're going to generate who's light side, who's dark side, if you're playing in a tournament where you do light side, dark side, those reinforcements lists are useful to be able to bring in like Brotherhood advisors or dark cult members to corporate forces, that kind of thing. Is it okay to ask a store to take a look at the Kickstarter? Not only is it okay, but we absolutely encourage it. Spread the link to your stores. Show them that you want that product in there, and it not only does it do it lets the store know that you want this product there, but it also, anybody who watches that store's page, so your local gamers, they might see that link and go, oh cool, there's gonna be somebody playing this game. I want to play this game too. Back. So absolutely spread it far and wide. If you've got a local store that's even remotely interested in getting in, now is the time. Christian Thunberg says, looking forward to paint these miniatures. I have had a blast with the ones that I have had a chance to do for demo. So I do a lot of commission painting. I do a lot of professional painting, but when it comes to demo figures, I want them to look good at the table length, but more importantly, I want to seal the living bejesus out of them so they don't get broken when people play 30 games of them a day. So like, here's my Razid with a Hellblaster. I'm so angry. Grr. Here, down to the TikTok. I'm so angry. Grr. I think the models take to paint well. I know for people who aren't like big time hobby painters, they might go, models take to paint. There are certain models that have more grooves and details and less super big flat spaces, or maybe models that like there's a lot of companies, GW, Vallejo, Army Painter, that have made like super speed paints. Paints that are designed to go, slap them on in 3 or 4 coats and then boom, throw a wash on it and it's ready to go. Some models take really, really well to that style. I think that these models do a very good job of some simple paints and I'll throw a wash over it and then pick out some details and they look great. Capital Canine unit from Necronic 23. I like the canine units. I think they're cool. I also like Capital. I would love to see a Capital Canine unit. I think that if I got my druthers, a Capital Canine unit would have multiple dog versions, like not just here's a German Shepherd, but not like corgis or anything stupid. Here's my attack corgi, but like maybe have like a big pit bull or a Doberman, or maybe like a big like Saint Bernard. Like big bulky dogs. I'd be down with that. Are there atmos? Well, I scrolled too far. Oh, I went too far. Oh, are there atmospheric rules for playing on asteroids, e.g., low grav, etc.? Yes. So there is definitely a terrain section in the rule book for you to nominate particular terrain traits for your various pieces of terrain. And in that same section, there are a few. If you wanted to play on blah, here's blah. Now, later on, when we do like actual terrain, like scenario kits, absolutely. The scenarios will absolutely have a straight up, this is a low G environment, here are the rules for them. So yeah, no, I love that kind of stuff. Are there, oh yeah, I'm just thrilled you've gone back to the true authentic style of Diesel Punk, not the stuff the last one did. So I won't lie, I did not play the Protoss version. I was too wrapped up in other things. Honestly, it came and went before I realized that it was there. But some of those models are pretty cool. I dig a lot of the some of the aesthetic of the Protoss models, but there are a few that did stray pretty far from the original concepts. But that, I mean, again, that was the direction that Protoss wanted to take with Resurrection, is that they were trying to create a more almost like harder sci-fi feel rather than that diesel punk. We wanted to bring back that diesel punk style. And you'll see that as we unlock some of the larger things that have more moving parts. For instance, I have seen the art that we have used for the Great Gray, and I love it. It's amazing. It doesn't look like a toilet. It's a super cool looking thing, and I hope that we eventually get to the point where we can get somebody to start, sculpting that, because I would love to see it on the table. If they hadn't stuck to the original artwork, we would have to send Bauhaus Quality Control after them. The Bauhaus quality squads, it's a thing. At what point will there be vehicles? So Warzone at our current level, Warzone Eternal is at a skirmish level. Vehicles, if you see vehicles, the chances of it being anything more than like a 1 or 2 person Jeep or an ATV or a bike or a walker is extremely rare. Just because it really kind of throws off the whole feel of it being a skirmish level game. Now, if we ever get to an opportunity to escalate to a larger style of game, then we might be able to fit some of those larger vehicles in the game and fill in a different role. But as it is right now, it would be super weird to throw in some of those larger like massive monsters. Now, that being said, I love the idea. If everything goes well, I'm going to do my damnedest to put together a very cool like demo scenario game for Adepticon that's around a broken down Howler. So Growler? What did I say? Howler? No, Howlers are different. The big Bauhaus tank, the monster, the thing that's like a small city. I kind of want to build one of those to have as I guess like a scenario terrain piece rather than an actual model. Mostly because it's gigantic. Definitely going to be making a ship-themed table for games, battles in low gravity, ship fighting along corridors and engine rooms. It'll be cool. That'll be really rad. Yeah. I also had an idea for a Nakatomi building themed board. Oh, how cool would that? To do a boardroom fight, multiple levels, throwing people out of a window. That would be great. Christian still has the cathedral. That's awesome. Still unsure says that sounds like a perfect environment for the Imperial Black Berets. Oh, look at Alex dropping cool hints. Candy Discipulus. I gotta say, activating one unit, then one unit, then one unit out of a squad of 20 is not good for gameplay flow. I tried the old Warzone Resurrection, and this was the worst aspect of it. Okay, so this is where you gotta change that mentality. This is not a squad of 20. This is a mission team of hand-picked individuals that are being sent to accomplish a mission. It isn't you could choose to build your force as 20 Blood Braves, but this is going to be particular. Think of it more like, we'll take the Capital Free Marine angle. It's the guys from Predator. Each one of those guys was individual. Each one of those guys did something cool. Each one of those guys had their own kind of mentality, feel, stuff they could do. And during the course of that that movie, they all had stuff that they did. They all had individual actions, send this guy to go deal with this thing, send this guy to go deal with this thing. But it doesn't mean that collectively they weren't still all trying to achieve the same goal. And that's what this is all about. Now, if you are running, like I said earlier, 20 models to a side, that's a long game. That's a game that's going to take you a while. There's a lot of moving parts, and hopefully you will have some group activations, because there are group activations available with certain units, where you have, you are still moving one guy, but you're moving 3 of them at once, kind of thing. But I will say that you have to make sure that rather than looking at this as a squad-based game, it is not a squad-based game. It is a skirmish game where every model can be the hero. Boop boop boop. Oh, man, it scrolls so fast if I click too fast. Well, Imperial units like Shamrocks, etc., use standard Bloodbraid stats, so you just paint them up or use separate stat blocks. So they will have. Honestly, it would probably depend on what they're equipped with. If you've got, if you've got I would have to look them up right now. But like, I believe it might be the Black Berets that Alex was talking about earlier, that they all have submachine guns. Those guys, kind of, they're equipped like Golden Lions, but they have the body type of a Blood Beret. I think it's really going to come down to those offshoot models, is rather than re-releasing, here's a stat card, play as a black beret, play as a blue beret, whatever. I think that we'd be better off, as long as the equipment is the same, then yeah, we'll probably come up with stat cards to allow you to field different things. But the last thing we want to do is make it, because there are armies out there that can't really do that. The Dark Legion, for instance, I can't have a Zenithian Soulslayer stand in for over here. Oh, if I paint him differently, he's a Samayan Shadow Hopper. Like that doesn't exist. So it ends up being, if you come out with so much stuff for this one faction because of just repaints, then you end up sort of skewing the power factor, the option and the strategy factor in one way or the other. So I think we would much rather find a way to make that unit unique and cool enough to warrant its own figure, even if it's just like a little one-off. For instance, here we go. For instance, there was discussion on the Facebook page that the Venetian Rangers rifle does not have its underslung grenade launcher, and that is because in Warzone Eternal, grenades are pretty significantly powerful. And we chose to not have that optional grenade launcher on there, because an entire unit of Rangers lobbing grenades at you is problematic at best. And so what we may end up seeing later on is, maybe down the road, you'll see a single model release, or a blister that has 2 of the Grenadier Venetian Rangers. It's got the actual grenade launchers on there, and then we give them a different stat card. But that's all stuff in the future. I would rather give us reasons to have cool new models that also have new stats, than just putting out a pile of new stats and just say, use your old models. Nice. So you need a couple leader for bigger games to unlock additional special options. Yeah, I like the sound of that, even if more reason to get more models. I love options. We love options too. Dan Hansen says, share the Kickstarter link in your local Discords and Facebook pages, asking if anyone is interested in joining you. Absolutely, Dan, that is 100% correct. And in fact, I am going to share the link right now, right here, right now. Little Jesus Jones, action 90s fan. Never mind. All right. Boop. And in fact, I am going to la da 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 la da 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 da. All right, here we go. Bam. Click. Going through things. All right. I need to do the thing. Oh, hang on. Why is this not working? All right. Thank you, Dan, for reminding me. I shared it to the local stores. Okay, Alex says, Jakob, we haven't even gotten close to the Imperial Clan Special Forces yet, so we're unsure of the approach we'll take. Yeah, there's so much cool stuff that needs to be unlocked and added as a force before we start getting into the weird repaint stuff. Been reading up a lot of the old edition lore, very new to the universe, and so much great lore. Yeah, absolutely. Jacob says maybe just make a list of which ones are interchangeable, like Shamrocks, Sterlings, Blood Braves, blah blah blah. Black Braves use Golden Lions, so forth. Okay. B.O. says English. I should try and use it. Because of Ben says, will Res Nova have a web page to purchase minis and or books after the Kickstarter? So immediately after the Kickstarter, it's going to be all about the late pledge and backer kit system. But eventually, our goal, or what we really want, is for the retailers to be doing, ordering from us in larger numbers. Get your retailers to support the game. You get to play the game with them. That's the goal. Is having a nice fat retail footprint would be amazing. But obviously, we would never, at some point, we would like to be able to sell product as well, definitely at conventions and stuff. But overall, the biggest goal, aside from just making the game happen and be awesome, the biggest goal is to get those retailers on board. And that is such a big sign of the success of our personal success, is if we can get stores that are like, absolutely, we want to carry your stuff because I've got a bunch of people that want to play and I want to keep ordering and make that relationship happen. That would be awesome. Certainly we'll be painting up a couple of my specialists as themed options. Yeah, and if anything, I think that's also something you could do. Even if it's just sort of like a kind of squint at them. I think, because if I'm right, like the Blood Berets, the Blue Berets, I believe, were the medics, the Blood Beret medics from back in the day. I didn't paint my Blood Beret medic that way, but it might be kind of cool to as a way to differentiate him at just as an looking at the table, is have this cool Blue Beret model, and so when your opponent goes, "Who's that?" you go, "That's my medic." That could be pretty cool too. Will the game have per squad gameplay or per model? I understand that split activations has a lot of advantages, for example, not wasting shots, but man, is it tedious. So the game is small enough that it is per model. There are instances where you will have multiple people going, but they are still, even then, they go, I go finish my stuff, I go finish my stuff, I go finish my stuff, now you go. But for the most part, it's one model doing its stuff. B.O.B. says that he only owns the Protoss models because second gens are really nice. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, no, like I said, there's a bunch of cool Protoss models that we saw. There were several of them that I thought were pretty rad. Pledge manager will allow for late backers. Thank you, Alex. Whoa, man, I click once and it goes way fast. Jesus. All right. Went too far. All right. And what are the chances of getting the faction clothing merch? You'll have to stay tuned for that. Grizzly, that's what it was. The Grizzly. I forgot what it was called. The Howler or whatever, that giant tank. I do want to eventually build a terrain piece for a Grizzly battle tank because I love the way that thing looks. But it is especially for a game of our size, it's just silly big. That would be the entire army of one side facing the Grizzly. Dean Error says, yeah, those tanks were crazy. The Walker for Imperial really adds the flavor. I agree. And part of the reason why I like the Walkers and the 1 or 2 man tanks is, or 1 or 2 man vehicles, is because they don't get too far out of the scope of skirmish. I can see a Great Gray zooming into the battlefield. I can see a Hedgehog Necromower, roaring up, rattling off shots. Uh, I can even see the parade float of the dragon bike. It's one guy coming out rocking and rolling. Especially when you take into consideration that some of the monsters on the bad guy side of things are legitimate giants. Like the bio giant he's enormous. The Izugul is large but super fast and killy. Like that's where I think some of those smaller vehicles kind of help tip the scale back in the favor of mankind, so to speak. And there are a few things that are just iconic. The Death Egg, the Eradicator Death Droid for Cybertronic, is an absolute, like, redesigning that thing to, and if you didn't make it look like a chicken walking Death Egg, would be doing it no benefits. Will the vehicle monsters follow the first ed, second ed 1 for 35-point scale of tanks, or scaled more in line with the new models? I would like them to be scaled in line with the new models. They should. The whole point of us making this game is to make a game that fits. So Grizzly is cool, but I need my Cybertronic Death Egg. Yep, there you go. Only 20 models. Got to pump up the numbers. Can't call them Legion if you don't bring that many. Like I said, big games. Are there any rules to help playing with larger games in the book, like playing something with scale? So, not yet. And that's basically because the initial game, what we were getting out the door for these first, this first round of stuff is to make sure that it is a playable, tenable, sustainable game before we look at someone and go, okay, now you need 50 models. If we ever get to that point, if we ever escalate to a larger platoon style game, I suspect that will probably come with a significant rules adjustment, but not necessarily here's a brand new set of rules. It'll probably just be here's a bunch of addendums to add to make this, instead of Warzone Eternal, it's Warzone Big Fat Battlefield. I don't know. No, Alex says, I think Black Rays were SMGs and chain rippers. I knew it was something like that. It was close. It was pretty unique to Imperial getting so many alternative berets. Yeah, and I'm like I said, I'm down with the idea of having lots of ways to do stuff with your models. I think it's very cool. But at the end of the day, I would much rather us focus on creating a full and significantly well-playing line before I go ahead and it'd be like, all right, here's 10 units that you don't need to do anything except for paint something. So, but I agree. Even if it's just even if it's just fluff and lore, just pointing out that these things exist, and then maybe seeing what the fans do with like fan repaints and stuff, that could be cool too. I would like that too. A reminder that there is artwork of Venusian Rangers in camo rather than white. You are correct, but the iconic white armor is something that we knew really would stand out. Now, we did tell the box art painter, the actual like painter, that those cloaks that they wear would definitely be used for camouflage. So you will get to see that. Will we see new unit types added that are unique to Eternal? Not yet. There is just too much cool stuff. There's just too much cool stuff. Product placement for us to focus on. There's just way. I mean, there's so much stuff that expand and can be cool. It would be designer hubris to be like, all right, I'm going to ignore all these amazing things that have already come before just so I can put my own in there. I hope this question doesn't seem too pressury, but would Resnova consider adding to their portfolio with an addition of the RPG? Okay, so IREX, the license for Mutant Chronicles and Warzone is very specific. And while I am a professional role-playing game designer, author, writer, like that's what I do on my regular day-to-day, I would love to be able to eventually make something for the Mutant Chronicles, but there are a lot of legal ramifications with the license, with my existing job. There's a lot going on there, but it'd be cool. Forget Black Berets. Blue Berets are really where it's at for the Serenity. I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure the Blue Berets were medics. Jakob says, I want my Young Guards. Korok, hi. First time I've seen this. Back to the Christmas landing thing. Doing Algaroth plus Brotherhood. Adding a Razid and some Mishima and Imperial boxes for your girlfriend. So that's going to be cool. Algaroth versus Brotherhood is just an epic fight. Whoa, went too far. Man, it is a sensitive scroll wheel. Scroll wheel. That. Rikio says, darn, those Chasseurs look amazeballs. I agree. I love. So one of the things that they've said from very early on is that the Cybertronic Chasseurs are straight up cyborgs. Like they are terrifying soldiers made of metal and meat. And while I find there is a special place in my heart for the little t-shirt wearing baldy Chasseurs from back in the day, they do not exactly impose terror in me. In fact, if I painted them yellow, they would remind me of minions from Despicable Me. But I absolutely love, there's like a couple of pieces of Chasseur art that show like straight up, like cybernetic enhancements and that's the look we wanted to go to. We wanted to go, these guys, there's a reason why they're, it was discovered during a playtest game that one of the there's a Chasseur that can throw his grenade farther than like what the other guy's pistol could reach. Like that's crazy. And it's because he's this cybernetic monster. Joseph says halfway there. Actually, at this point, we're well past half, which is awesome. Let's see. Also, thank you for bringing the Brotherhood to the Kickstarter. So here's the thing. We always wanted to do Brotherhood, but that first Kickstarter, we were on such a limited scope of what we could do and really the amount of risk we were putting in that we could promise that we knew that it would happen eventually, that it would come out at some point, but we just couldn't make it happen initially. So when it came back to stopping that and retooling and getting ready for this relaunch, that it only made sense that we had promised that Brotherhood was going to be next on the chopping block. Well, now the chopping block has gotten a little bigger, so absolutely Brotherhood became a thing. Okay, Blue Berets are the life ward of the Serenity who had all the medical training. Okay, thought so. Candide says, thanks for the response. I do understand why it's done like this. For example, you buy 2 Razids and want to run, say, a skirmish vehicle or a final model unit. Of course, splitting is good then. Yeah, exactly. So it comes down to it. But then Alex actually responded. It also ensures the players are constantly engaged. That we are not a big fan of, hey, take your turn, I'll be back. I want people to be involved in the game and the strategy of the game. Every piece moving should be important in some capacity. Jakob says, idea for a scenario. Did I go too far? I did. Man. Idea for a scenario. Disabled Bauhaus Grizzly with very limited functionality. Yeah, you definitely have like turret guns and stuff still on it. Bauhaus is trying to bring in engineers to repair it under fire from Imperials waiting for to come kill it. Yeah, no, that would be great. That'd be awesome. Go to the Blue Berets in color only, and then a variant rule set. That's more of a house rules thing. Yeah. Grizzly scenario sounds fun. Maybe its weapons are taken out apart from like the machine gun. Both teams need to break into it and take out the commander or retrieve some intel. Absolutely. See, now you guys are thinking like I try to think when it comes to these scenarios, and this is what I want for all of Warzone. Yeah, there will always be that one scenario of kill your neighbor, but I want more of the I'm gonna I want to hit this table, and I'm gonna search these buildings for the piece of for this piece of contraband, or this there's a hostage in one of these buildings. I want to find them. The other side wants to stop me from finding them and possibly blow up the hostage. White can be camo too. Yes. What is a returning skirmish level backer from the last? So because there was a previous Kickstarter that got canceled because it didn't quite do the steaming that we wanted it to do. And what a returning skirmish level backer is that if you backed that first Kickstarter at skirmish or higher, you count as a returning skirmish level backer. I would like to see a Siege of the Citadel scenario at one point, or I'll just try to dress up the board that style. Skirmish in that setup would be cool. I agree. I think it'd be great. And in fact, it might be even more doable with some of the terrain options that are out there. To create kind of a indoor tunnel game would be pretty rad. Let's see. Canada says, true, so I forgot that it was alternating the turns. We did have a lot of fun, and I suspect I went too hard on the Horde aspect of Dark Legion. 40 to 60 low-tier models. Yes. So in this, you can still absolutely do massive Horde, just piles of undead legionnaires, throw in some cheapy necromutants. It is absolutely doable. Our hope is, of course, that when you see some of the cool bigger models that are going to be available, some of the new monsters, as we unlock some cool stuff, our hope is that you'll be like, maybe I don't need 60 of these and I can take a couple of these monsters. Another idea for a scenario: corporate hit squad with rules for bystanders scrambling for safety amid bullets flying while the two corporations duke it out in the street. That could be cool. Ages ago, when I worked for another company called Mongoose Publishing, we had a game called Mega City 1, the Judge Dredd miniatures game, and one of the scenarios was a block fight, and there were all kinds of bystanders in the middle that basically it was an opposite. You lost points for shooting bystanders. Boop, boop, boop. With more skirmish focus, the per model activations won't be the same issue at all. Awesome. Thank you. I'm glad you see that. Here we go. Melanie says, I wish I could stay and annoy you more, but I need to run. Best of luck. I'll be backing, damn it, when I have access to the better internet. In nomine cardinalis. Melanie, awesome. I hope that you have better internet soon. And I hope by the time you log back in, we have blasted through the goal, and we get there and we get to start showing off cool stuff. Gray sharks, and by extension, purple sharks confirmed then. So here's the deal. It's not even a matter of confirmed. It's a matter of we want to make everything. We want to get around to making all of the cool stuff with our own kind of Warzone Eternal spin on it. That's what we want to see happen. But it's up to how well the game does and how long, how much of a retailer foothold we get. These are the things that that keep things moving, we'll say. Oh, hang on, what we got? We got people asking, oh, Genie Town. No, Genie Town, you're on. Hi, Genie Town. So one of my TikTok friends, who is an awesome painter, plays a lot of 40K, is on TikTok Live right now. So everybody from YouTube Live, say hi to TikTok Live. Let's do Inception. Woo! Na 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 na. Okay, I'm not gonna do that anymore. That's sickening. But yeah. So hi, Jeannie. We are. The Kickstarter is doing well. We have been up and running for just over 2 hours, and we are about ready to round the 60% mark. So we're doing solid. Oh, thank you. I'm watching. I'm switching over to YouTube because I am working. Awesome. It's actually easier for me to do the YouTube anyway. And you can subscribe and see what ridiculous stuff I talk about every week. All right. Let's see. Where are we at? So gray sharks and extension purple sharks confirmed. So yeah, there are so many cool things for this game in the last 30 years of whatever. I can't wait to be able to come up with our own versions of these. I've seen some of the concept art that we've come up with, some of the new units for wave 2 and wave 3 and perhaps further. And I want to be able to do that for more of them, because if there is one thing that I absolutely love is to see the difference between the original aesthetic that 30 years ago I thought was amazing, and then now I look at this and go, that looks like a guy flying a toilet. I want to make something better. And that's what we want to do. We want to make this cool game that everybody will play and have a good time, but also to come up with cool new art stuff. I'm going to eat a Skittle. And for everybody who is aware that I am trying to diet, I'm doing low carb stuff to try and lose some weight because I'm going to be on camera a lot more in the future. Don't give me any grief because it's a stressy day. Today's a cheat day because it's a stressy day. All right. So Blue Lions are the medics. Blue Blood Berets are the bodyguards. Oh, yeah. I was right. Okay. I'm going to say it, but I love the Kickstarter video. It's very well made. So what's funny, I have not seen it yet because I jumped into this live the second we got started. I have not actually seen the video. I want to, and maybe here in a second I might do a live ooh and ah. Michael says, didn't have much time to think about what exactly to choose right now, so I pledged Warzone level, added some tokens, rounded up to 6. Whoa, thank you, Nicole. That's amazing. Good, and you got space for future add-ons. Awesome. That's fantastic. Candide says, Song of Ice and Fire, the miniature game, also does alternating turns, and it worked out super well when I used to play. Funny little known fact about A Song of Ice and Fire, I worked for Cool Mini or Not when that came out, just as a side note. All right. Oh, too far. I went too far. Oh my god. Okay. I'm telling you, the scrolling wheel on this is crazy. Jeremy Walton's done a hell of a job. Gray Sharks have been concepted, but they are still a distance off. Purple Sharks would be somewhere in line behind that. This is how Alex and I balance each other out. I'm the dreamer. I'm the one that's like, oh my god, I want flights of sharks. I want the shark core to hit like now. Give me that Mako class. And Alex is like, now, settle down. We have to be smart about this. He's the smart one. I'm the crazy. B.O.B. Okay, is there any advantage to be returning backer? If so, how do I get it? I believe Alex had written in there about the returning backer because I have already backed again, which means you're probably already logged in for it. Verkio says, is there going to be a desktop screensaver available for download? That's a good idea. Alex? Maybe we could put up a digital high-res version of the cover and get put it up in a Facebook page, put it up in the updates or whatever. Maybe that'd be cool. Archangel is free. Oh, he's already talking about the Archangel. Great, it doesn't matter to me. Everything confirmed in time. Yes, I would love for everything to happen. That would be great. Okay. Oh, Jakob, see you later. I know it's 7 p.m. in Poland. Jeannie Town says that backed it, got the limited mini. B.O.B. says get on Ozempic. I don't know how to do that. I would gladly do so. I am not against using chemistry to solve my problems. So, Ben, if you know a way for me to make that happen, for it to not cost $1 bazillion in the American health system, hit me up. Still unsure. Oh, live reaction. Nice. Okay. Add it to the list. All right, we got looking forward to seeing. Oh, I made it to the bottom. I actually made it to the bottom finally. Looking forward to seeing the additional options for the unit boxes to come. Will we see multiple sculpts for each unit type? E.g., no doubles of the 5-man section on Trencher Troopers. So Yeah, in the unit box. Oh, Alex just said it. I don't know why I'm doing this. I'll just stay quiet, let Alex answer. That's not true. I'm not going to do that. I can't stay silent. I got Skittles to eat. But yeah, it's very much the unit boxes are all individual sculpts. They're all unique. Now, obviously, if you buy multiple boxes of the units, then you'll get multiple sculpts therein. That's that's the thing. Alex says just to be pretty. Still unsure says, why isn't Alex there with me? Well, so that's actually a funny story. Res Nova is technically based out of Michigan, which is where it's so pretty. Where Alex is, he's about 3.5 hours away from where I am, and Rick, our media mogul awesomeness, is about an hour away from, I think about an hour away from Alex. So roughly the same distance for me, just I kind of angle my drive. And then Jake, who's sort of our kind of retail mentality support guy, is all the way in Boston, many hours trek away from us. But that would be why Alex is not here, because he's doing his own thing. And now the good news is that later tonight on Dave Taylor of Dave Taylor Miniature Painter Extraordinaire fame, and my former cohort back in the Dark Age days. I love Dave to death. I love him so much. He has us. We're going to be live on his show, Build and Play, his Twitch show, or Twitch. Is it a Twitch show? I don't know. I think it's Twitch. Tonight. That is for us to talk about the game, talk about how the Kickstarter is going, which it looks like we just, come on, it's $13. Someone round it off. Do it. We're about ready to round the 60% mark, which is awesome. That's so good, so happy. But that's why Alex is not here. Also later tonight, there's the guys that do the Dead Zone podcast. They've done a lot of really cool stuff for us in the last couple months. They are going to do a live game tonight. They're going to play a live game at their local store. So watch the YouTube show, or watch the Facebook page. If I get an opportunity to say so, I will send stuff out for people to be able to watch that kind of stuff too. I'm excited. I'm for multiple. Post a link here. That's a good idea. See, BOB, that is, and this is why I'm doing this. All right, so let me find the thing as I sing. Not just pretty, I also have a hell of a voice. 60%, that's fast. For a small game company, for a small project, 60% to goal in less than 2 hours, or just over 2 hours, is pretty good. I'm excited. I'm very happy. Obviously we want to blow the barn doors off. Or let me rephrase that. I want the barn doors blown off. I want to see bazillions of dollars. Not because I make any more money on this, but because it means that this game will be cemented forever. Alex, however, and he's going to comment here in a second, would like a much more realistic number that is juggleable for a goofy set of 4 folks. Okay. Looking for the thing. All right. So this is, all right. I'm going to post up. Okay. Here is the thing for the Kickstarter itself. And here is at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, there will be, oh, did I just screw that up? I may have screwed that up. I did. Okay. Hang on. Remove link. Okay. At 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is going to be the live battle. Why are you not working? There we go. No, what is the problem here, friend? All right, it's killing me. All right, so if I do that, should work. Maybe. There we go. That worked. Ha! All right. So there is the at 6 p.m. they're going to play their game, and then at 7, also on YouTube, not on Twitch. This is the us going live later with Dave and Jake to chit chat on all of that stuff. Believe. All right. All right. So, well, things have moved forward. It's a gaming online magazine. What is? Oh, on tabletop. Oh yeah, no, I love the on tabletop guys. In fact, I sent Justin word this morning that was like, "Hey, we're gonna be live," and hopefully he thought about it. Post the links on the Kickstarter page, or better yet, embed the video on the main page. Dean, good idea. Okay, Alex is on that. Speak with Jerry. Okay, we're in contact with Brennan. See, this is why I'm here. I'm literally here just to eat Skittles and look pretty because you guys have already got it taken care of. Okay. You'll need to put the link in the video description as well, unless you keep the live stream chat on watch later. Okay. Posting on tabletop Discord, fantastic. That is rad. I appreciate that. I also appreciate that you're posting it to posting this live stream. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, you know what I should do? I should post this live stream. What a great idea. What a fantastic idea. I'm also going to move my TikTok live because it is kind of in the way. All right, here we go. We got a thing. Looking for a thing. All right. Warzone doing its thing. Okay. Oh no, they've already put that there. Okay, so I don't need it. So I can close that and eat this Skittle. All right. Because of Ben, I have my moments. Like the greatest movie ever. Greatest movie ever. I don't know the reference, and I used to do professional movie reviews. What is that all about? Chomp. All right, you know what's funny? So I've got the live stream going, and I've got my my TikTok live going for as long as my battery holds up. I just tried to move my cursor into my phone in order to post up a link in that chat. Whoops. That gives you an idea of how brainy I am today. Today is not a very big brain day for Brian. All right. What do we got? Did back Warzone the last time. Can I check what level I had somehow? I don't know. Here's the thing. If you did, we should. It's got everything: Kung Fu, demons, and comedy. God, I'm so confused. Works for Iron Brian. That works for Iron Man. What did I just say? Skittles and looking pretty. He can hijack all the tech. Oh, the moving my cursor into my phone. Yeah, no, my phone is not built by Stark Tech. Sadly, I wish. Oh my gosh. We have we've gotten, yes. Oh, I'm so excited. I don't even know who it is yet. I'm not going to look it up. I'm going to stay blinders on. We got a couple of those backers, those dream backers, at the top end of the spectrum, to do the cool cocktail thing, the cocktail party at either Gen Con or Adepticon, or and help us design a model, to set up a model in one of the future play tests. So whoever you are, I'm not going to look it up. I'm not going to call you out or spotlight you or anything like that, because I know sometimes that's rude. Thank you, whoever that was. Thank you so much. We hemmed and hawed about doing those kinds of things. We weren't sure if that was too much for a small company like us. Yeah, we've, between the four of us, we've got somewhere in the neighborhood of 150 years worth of industry the potential. But either way, it was one of those things that we were like, don't know whether or not, if someone sees that, are they going to look at it and go, roll their eyes and be like, oh, these guys are super full of themselves. So the fact that any of that went at all, and especially on day one, whoever you are, if you're listening, awesome. Thank you. I can't wait for us to raise a glass and start to work together and, make this a thing. It's going to be. It's to quote my my favorite Mandalorian, this is the way, which I guess now quotes most of the Mandalorians. Spoilers, sorry. All right, yeah, no, so we're in good shape, man. We're doing great. So it is 1:21. Time for another skittle. Yeah, so it is. Yeah, so it's a little bit before 1:30. And we've been live for almost, live as the Kickstarter live for almost 2.5 hours, and we're at a little over 62%, 62% to goal. It's awesome. That's it. I'm floored. This is great. And all this does, similar to what happened at Adepticon, when we started talking to people and they were like, you're obviously, the time you took off made sense. This is what you needed to do. The fact that that's happening, and then it's, that we talk to these people and they basically were like, this is going to be a good thing. This is going to help us. This is going to help this game. You've done the right things. We've made it. Alex said it the best, is that Adepticon was not about sales, not about spending money, not about that. It was about affirmation. It was about knowing that we were doing the right thing. And that was a big kind of feather in our cap coming out of that convention, seeing so many more people that were on the landing page, so many more people talking about it. The number of people that we had seen online previously bad mouthing the project, but then now, once they started seeing things and starting looking at new models and hearing about the gameplay and stuff, that they started going, okay, no, this is rad. You guys are doing a good job. It was definitely worth it. We got some questions or stuff. Will there be a number of backers stretch goal? More backers and players, the bigger the game will be. I don't know. I don't know if Alex has that set up for us. We didn't really discuss that, mostly because we were just kind of hoping that players would be happy to be part of the game. Ben's talking to Christian. Not sure how to check where you backed. Since I backed early, it didn't make a difference. Okay. Dan Hansen says, I do have a good voice. So, funny story. Today's a thing about stories. is so I do voiceover work. I've done a couple commercials and a couple video games. Um, and the fun thing is, so way back when, let's turn back the clock a decade. And I had worked for Privacy or Press for a little while. I'd worked for Mongoose Publishing for a while, done a lot of role playing stuff, a lot of miniature game stuff, and I was no longer in. I was kind of like between gigs. And while I was between gigs, a friend of mine from Privateer, who was at the time working for Cool Mini or Not, Simon now, and I ran into him at Origins. I think it was Origins or Gen Con. And Kevin was like, "Oh my God, you got to come talk to the boss. You've got to come. Let's talk. Let's talk about getting you in. We've got a miniatures game that could really use you." And so I went and talked to the boss, and he was like, let's not worry about it at the show. Let's talk about it afterwards. So give him my information. I go back home, and I get on a phone call with the owners of Cool Mini or Not to talk about how things were going to go. And I explained to him that I've done some writing, I've done some designing, a lot of playtest work. I've got a million words worth of published material, blah blah blah. And about halfway through, one of the two owners goes, "I really like your voice. Have you done any marketing?" And I'm like, no, sorry, I haven't. Not really. So what I ended up actually getting hired for at Cool Mini or Not, first, my actual initial hiring point was as the commercial voiceover artist for their Kickstarters. So like if you can find the original Zombicide Kickstarter, the original Wrath of Kings Kickstarter, I did the commercial voiceover work for those. And that's what they had originally set me up to do, is they were just going to basically have me do commercials for them. And after like the second or third commercial, I got a hold of the boss. "All right, see you, Christian. Good luck. And we'll see you as a backer later today." So we I do 2 or 3 commercials with them, and I basically, they're talking about, during Crystal Brush, I'm going to be the one that's in front of giving out the awards and all this stuff. And I look at the boss, and I'm like, that's not what I came here for. I didn't come to you as marketing. This isn't what I do. What I do is I'm an author and a game designer. I'm a writer. And they were like, "Oh, really?" And I laughed, because it means that they never even got to that part of my resume. They never got to that part of my CV to talk about the fact that, I had 3 Origins Awards for War Machine Prime, that I did, almost 1.2 million words in the role-playing game circuit for Babylon 5 and Conan alone. Like it was this ridiculous, kind of set of circumstances that I was like, I can't believe that you didn't realize this, that you got so ensorcelled by my goofy voice that you wanted me to do these things and not what I'm actually good at. So they're like, "All right." And so they take me off of that, and they put me on this kind of sort of dwindling game at the time called Dark Age. It was a skirmish game that came out, and it's related to Warzone. We're going to get back to that. It came it's still true. Again, I'm not just a pretty voice. But yeah, so it was, this is not what I do. And so they give me this game, and they're like, "Okay, you're going to work with Michael, and you're going to it needs help. It's on its last legs." And so we started redesigning things, and we started, coming up with some new rules and some new units, and coming up with new lore, and putting out some units in the magazine, and really kind of bolstering it up. And in a couple of years' time, we really did make a big difference. And then I left Cool Mini or Not, and then I came. They sought me out later on and brought me back on. But when they brought me back on, it was with the express focus specifically of, you are going to be taking over Dark Age. You are now the brand manager. You're the head for this game. So for about 4 years, my focus was completely on the creating, revamping, and kind of reestablishing Dark Age as an entity, as a skirmish game, and we did really, really well. Had a very good time with that, but unfortunately, as Cool Mini or Not became more of a board game company, more of a multi-million-dollar entity, that those smaller legacy games kind of fell by the wayside. Wrath of Kings was canceled, Dark Age got canceled, and I left the company again. Which is where shortly thereafter, during that process of after leaving Cool Mini or Not the second time, is where Alex reached out to me and said, hey, I really loved Dark Age. Dark Age and Warzone have always been kind of sister games based on their design styles. And I want you to remake with me Warzone. And jumped on the idea. And, Alex and I have been, I would say business partners, but he obviously has a lot more. He's the owner of the company. I am merely the lead design developer dude. And I try and make the game go, and he makes the game. I build the car. He puts all the gas in it, if that makes any sense. All the petrol for those of you across the pond. But it was an amazingly flattering request for him to reach out and ask me to be part of it. And I am so unbelievably psyched that we are back to back to coming around to getting this thing where we need it to be. Let's make this happen. Or enough about me. Let's talk about the game. Cheese Me says it's better to keep stretch goals simple because it's the one thing that wrecks deadlines and Kickstarters, even if they achieve their basic funding goal. 100% correct. Stretch goals can be amazing to attract all kinds of cool attention to your thing. You can get all kinds of people paying attention to you, and then suddenly you are well in over your head, and your all-in box costs twice as much to ship than it should. It's a big deal. So we really did. We've always had had the opinion of, let's take a look at this as a Kickstarter to make a nice, solid footprint and hopefully get retailers involved. So there is an avenue for us to keep pushing forward in that direction. Think that's where Protoss went off the rails, produced too much or promised and couldn't deliver. I wasn't part of that. I don't want to say one way or the other. But like I said, I actually didn't play the Protoss version. I was not part of that process as a retailer or as a designer, as a developer, or as a customer. I was not involved at all. So I'm not going to comment about that either way. Christians, have to go. All right, see you later. Still sure. Will we see online Warzone Eternal magazine or news articles after the Kickstarter is funded /fulfill? Oh, and then Alex jumped in. He's got a designer diary series of blog posts intended for the Resnova site to promote a peek inside during production. Awesome. Will the rulebook be hard or softback? If soft, has a hardback version been considered? So I won't say that we have not considered it. It actually, we brought it up it came up in one of our most recent meetings. We are hoping that this goes well enough that maybe we will be able to add on if you want to do a fancy version for your bookshelf kind of thing. But at this point, we are still trying to. It's 2.5 hours in, and we're doing great. But we really want to focus on not just hitting that goal, but getting solidly to a point where we know that it's got legs and skills. All right. I'm going to repost the link for anybody who hasn't seen it yet. That is the wrong one. That is my live stream link. That does not help anyone. I almost just posted the link to the live stream in the live stream. Live streamception. What is the number that it will have legs? That is a good question. I don't know. That one of the fabulous benefits of being on the creative side of things rather than the realistic, logical business side of things is that I don't have to know all those numbers. So that is technically an Alex thing, and I'm also willing to bet that it is a shifting scale. Probably depends on how quickly we reach a certain point. I don't know. What I do know is yeah, see, still unsure knows me. $1 million. I would absolutely love to hit massive amounts of money to be able to make all the cool stuff. But I also know with huge numbers comes a lot of responsibility, and that's where a lot of companies get in over their head. So I don't know. Because if it were me and it's close to closing time, what has legs is what's coming home with me. that's give me the vapors. All right. What we got here? I gotta look at my TikTok. I have been ignoring it. Hello, her Danazim. And Polly joined. Hi, Polly. Oh no. Almost lost a Skittle. Yeah. All right. Well, you know what? I haven't seen any comments. I'm going to refresh the thing. We had all kinds of comments in the. I'm gonna answer some of the contents. Some of the contents. I'm gonna answer some of the comments in the actual Kickstarter thing. But Matt is on it, so I'm gonna be real good. Okay, because he is on it. I'm not gonna double up on him a bunch because that would be super rude. After you pledge, the screen shows. All right, back to again. Thanks for the opportunity. Painting Golden Lion right now. Oh, cool. So we actually, Robin Svensson had a Golden Lion. We sent an early painting model for him. Mergin skirmish level. All right, cool. Christmas morning backers. Excellent. Oh, stuff over here. What do we got? David Letizia. I missed half of this, so not sure if it's been asked, but will there be a section showing the current stats of the models in the starter boxes? Okay, so David, the way that's going to work is I believe we actually have some of the stat cards up. I know once we get to when we hit goal, so therefore the starter boxes are all going to be a thing. That's probably going to be our benchmark when we put out stat cards. I don't want to say for sure, and we are definitely not doing like a here's an entire list of everything that is going to be created. It's nothing like that. But I believe we will be seeing more stat cards once we're at a position where we know this is going to be a thing. Also, welcome to the live, David. Okay. Perspective. Okay. Yeah. So got people talking about kind of game theory. Okay. All right. Like to know more about the miniatures and what we can expect to get in each package. All right. Reward levels. What do we got? Anything cool? Any questions that need answering? Alex is on it. I don't need to answer much of anything. He has got it. The Razid is the single expansion currently. There will be hopefully more. I have to see the filters away a bit from the mask. Oh, okay. Very happy to excited to back it. Okay. Excited to back it. A lot of people that are excited. That makes me happy. Other factions expansion boxes. Okay. Grinder says, I like you including the real trenchers this time, but their poses are way too static. Oh, well, okay. Shoulder pads are way too small. So we're looking at the actual minis. They are realistically posed. Their shoulder pads are not, no, they don't have dinner plates on both sides. I mean, I tried to explain this to somebody on a podcast interview the other day. Is we wanted to keep the older aesthetic, but we wanted to make them realistically unrealistic. And the reason, the way that I've got that, the reason I say that is because no soldier that needs to move is going to wear shoulder pads that are as big as a dinner plate. And the guns that these guys carry, I mean, the pistols are they look like they weigh 30 pounds. But that's just part of the aesthetic, is this kind of larger and superimposed stuff. I think that the realistically unrealistic is the direction we're going to go across the board. And so far so good. We've been super happy with them, seeing people seeing them in person, and I think that's also something that that might that people might be interested to see, is looking at some of the renders. Sometimes the camera angles because it's a render make those models look maybe disproportionate in certain ways. But I do believe that seeing them up seeing them up close, seeing them personal, or seeing them in living color, so to speak, makes a lot of difference. It really, really does. Ben Mayrick on TikTok. Hi, Ben Mayrick. I hope everything is going well for you. We are talking about the Warzone Eternal Kickstarter that just went live a little under 3 hours ago, which we are at 65% to goal, give or take. So it's doing great. Oh, in fact, actually, someone just mentioned that in less than 3 hours in, and they're already surpassed the first our canceled Kickstarter that we tried a year ago to stop and kind of retool things. We're already past the first day's total for the last one. So this is good. It's a good sign. All right. Still unsure says, thought the rule stats once the Kickstarter was funded and closed before the post campaign was released. I don't like I said, I'm not 100% sure when some of those stat cards are going to come out. I know there are some people that really want to see everything up front and whatnot. But I also know that there is a serious issue with older models being the precedence. So I don't know. We'll see. Will there be an add-on for the Brotherhood mini from the first Kickstarter? Oh, do you mean the executioner style mortificator? Perhaps. We'll have to see. Will we? We'll just see where that goes. Because I mean, well, give me a second. La, 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 la. So, do you mean this guy? This guy right here? So, yeah, if I can get him. There we go. As a executioner posed Brotherhood mortificator. He was a special limited edition unlock from the first Kickstarter. I can't imagine him. I mean, he is sneaky. He could be hiding, maybe behind a stretch goal. Will it be possible to buy extra trenchers in the Kickstarter? The whole point of the expansion boxes, once we get a chance to start unlocking some cool stuff with some stretch goals as we move down this campaign, is to get additional units of the types that you want to add. Absolutely, there is a trencher unit box that we have designed, that we have made ready to rock and roll, and 100%, if we get to that point to have it as an unlockable availability, absolutely it will be there. Never sculpted before, so not sure how doable this is, but how easy is to sculpt different poses of the same models for a different box when it hits retail? So honestly, digital sculpting. So I do a lot. I do regular sculpting, like analog putty and wire sculpting. I know that with digital sculpting, it is easier to move poses around and things, but the issue comes in where you can only move around a model so much before its flowability for the actual casting process and the molding process will possibly not flow the right way. It won't work the right way. But that being said, the whole point of the unit boxes is to have an array of new models to add to your force with, hopefully without doubling up, unless of course you're choosing to field a whole bunch of the same kind of guys. When will we be getting access to the 3Fs shown in Adepticon as busts or terrain options? All right, so I don't have one with me because it was a mistake. So I accidentally, when I was printing out the demo figures, when I was printing out the Fury Elites for the Brotherhood box, I wasn't paying attention to the size of my printer, the size scaling of my printer, and I printed one Fury Elite like 4.5 inches tall. He was enormous. You can actually find him if you go to the Warzone Eternal Facebook page, there's a couple of pictures of him because he was done printing. I was like, you know what, I might as well bring him as a way for people to see, an eye-catching figure. Well, we actually had a lot of people asking if we were going to be selling, like art busts and stuff in that size. And it got us thinking about it. We started wondering as to whether or not that's something that we could do. So as of right now, we are still talking about it. There are other ramifications involved, legal issues, things like that, because it's not a game piece. There's stuff involved that we have to take into consideration. But I definitely would love for us to be able to do, even if it's just like one iconic, 4-up or 6-up art bust or art figure for each faction would be cool. I don't know. We'll see. It'd be neat. I see an unstrung recurve back there. You do see an unstrung recurve. It's because this particular unstrung recurve is signed by Stephen Amell, the CW's Green Arrow. I'm a big fan of his, and I went to a wine party at one of his shows and brought my bow for him to sign. I do practice archery. I just I'm obviously not going to use a signed bow. But yeah, good eyes. There's all kinds of goofy stuff in my studio. Treasure starter set. Okay, here we go. Still shoot. I don't know what he means. It can be a terrain piece, say for a scenario. Oh, like the big statue. We'll see. Again, it would be cool. You still. He was asking if I still shoot. Yeah. I'm a big fan. It is no secret. Anybody who watches my videos and stuff, they know that I am super anti-American. I hate guns. I despise them. And I love them in fiction, and I love them in models and in games and things and video games. I'll play a shooting video game all day long, but I can't stand them in real life. I think that they're a problem in a big way. But that being said, crossbows and bows, I have always had an attraction to and always loved them. So yeah, I have not gotten out much lately to do any shooting between COVID and honestly between COVID and just work, being a busy freelancer up until literally yesterday, where now I am staff at a company. It's been hard. We'll just say it's hard. You have a monster bow phoenix. Sweet. All right. So, how we doing? Skittle got stuck in my throat. All right. All right. So yeah, no, things are looking good. We're still solid, man. No need for a gun. You can take out the enemy with a bow. Just ask Jack Churchill. Do the rules have anything for indoor combat? So honestly, the difference between outdoor and indoor combat in Warzone Eternal are irrelevant. I mean, like they would be the same, because it is going to be, you're based off of the line of sight of the models. You opening and closing a door is an interact action. There's rules for climbing up and down. There's rules for jumping over gaps. So you could absolutely have an indoor game. You would just basically need to set from the very beginning the rules of which, these doors are locked and require a leadership test. Maybe these doors just require you to, take an action. I think it'd be very cool to create an indoor scenario using the Warzone Eternal just general rule set, especially at low points, because if you're not playing a giant, a larger game with 10, 12 13, 14 models on a side, if you want to play a fast game, it could be pretty cool to do 5, 6 models to a side in a trench works, or in like someone mentioned earlier about doing like a skyscraper building, would be pretty cool too. And I think that'd be great. It would be tons of fun to do a setup that way. All right. Still going strong. Skittles are still my lunch. Anything good? Anything good? Doing stuff. Singing songs. All right. Fantastic. I'm excited. I am excited. Nope, still unsure. Says the Nakatomi building. It was me. I think it would suit the corporate wars themes. Absolutely. In fact, not to stale. Not to spoil a piece of fiction that is going to be available. But there's a really cool corporate scene about a Mishima, a Mishima hero of sorts, basically just cutting their way through a corporate backdrop, and it's rad. Verkio says, "What was your favorite unit to design rules-wise?" You haven't seen it yet? Okay, that's rude. Of the stuff in the starter boxes, I I'm probably going to go ahead and say the Brotherhood as a faction, and I don't even play Brotherhood. I'm going to say the Brotherhood as a faction because we wanted, especially in a game, old school Warzone, where it was more about slightly larger armies and platoons and things. The Brotherhood having an army of its own on the table felt weird. It seemed weird to me to be like, here's this giant zealous crusade style army, and that always made me feel weird. So bringing it back to a skirmish level made more sense for us to have a Brotherhood like strike force. And one of the ways for us to do that is to really focus heavily on the Brotherhood officers, so to speak, being just a little cooler than the average schmo. They've worked their way up through the ranks. They've proven themselves on multiple levels. They may even have like a little bit of that the art infested in them a little bit. But it was a lot of fun to come up with the rules for how faith works for them. What makes them just a little bit cooler than the average person. And they're also the first leader model in all of the initial units that has a faction-wide leadership benefit. The Fury Elite are leaders for all Brotherhood. They are, the Brotherhood know the Fury Elites are veteran soldiers. They are amazing in combat. Their word is to be trusted. So no matter who you are in the Brotherhood, if a Fury Elite points at you and says, "Go take that door," there is no, oh, you're just a lowly you're a lowly schlep telling me what to do. No, you're a member. You're a decorated member of the Brotherhood. You are, your word is my bond. Your will is my duty. And I think that really did turn out very, very good. I was very happy. Oh, Vergos is making fun of me not being able to tell you about the thing that I want to tell you about. Because posted on Facebook, my spaceship under the Warzone area. Oh, so in Facebook, you posted maybe. Let me look. Find where the spaceship is. Looking for the spaceship. Oh, I'm in the wrong one, aren't I? I am in the wrong one. Here we go. Oh, cool. Very neat. Very, very neat. I like you. Oh, apparently I got messages. Who are you? All right, someone asked me a very important question. All right. Things. Okay. Oh, I got to do my job. Nah, I got to do my Warzone job. This is my Warzone job. All right. Reactive comments, live, doing things, doing stuff. Lots of people asking about stuff. Okay, hope that went well. Okay, cool. All right. Commented. People want stuff. Makes me crazy when people say I'm holding off until I see stretch goals. You're not going to see stretch goals if you hold off. That's like the number one rule of Kickstarter is if you have a number in your head, if you have a number in your head, you put it in there and you make it happen because it pushes you closer to seeing those things. It's such a backwards thing. Sorry. And I'm not trying to make fun of anybody or anything like that. It is simply it is a Kickstarter mentality that is where people go, I'm not going to back it until it funds, or I don't see what the new cool stuff's going to be, so I'm not going to even try. And it's such a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's so like gnarly. Okay. Capital Doom Trooper fighting Bauhaus heretics in a Machima building. Very cool. Oh, hi, John. I didn't. You hadn't commented yet. No, let me eat these Skittles. I know that's not exciting, but all right. You know what I'm going to do, because you guys have already seen it, and you're gonna hear it through the speakers. I want to watch the video because I still haven't seen it yet. So bear with me. I'm going to move my microphone slightly so it's not like right there, and turn down my volume just a little bit so it's not crazy. Yes, to mind the volume, exactly. I'm not going to go crazy. All right, so we got I think you did a good job. Excellent, excellent. Snowy, Sunset Strikers. Cool, cool, cool. Trencher action. Man, they did a great job on this video, guys. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, super happy. That was excellent. I'm so happy. So happy. I know you guys were like, okay, he's watching videos when he should be doing his job. But that turned out great. It turned out so good. Awesome. All right. What do we got? Mind the warning, those with a nervous disposition may look away now. Brian, film direct. I want to see a passion, tears of happiness, and a longing. Oh, okay. Oh. And remember Pretty and Smile. And Skittles. Oh, you're cracking me up, bud. Oh, fantastic. That is awesome. Oh man, I that video. So little known fact. The guy who made that video actually makes movies. Like he is a legitimate, like he does, movie production type stuff. And he reached out to Alex and was like, love Warzone, love Mutant Chronicles, saw some information, love to talk to you about stuff. And it turned into this relationship, where we're like, we need somebody to do a really cool Kickstarter video, and we want you to we'd love for that to be a thing. And he ended up being relatively not super close, but within driving distance for Alex. And like it there has been so many things that showed us that this was the right thing to do. Taking the year off, retooling everything, coming at it from with a different direction, and I every time I see something else that came out of that last year, very specifically, that wouldn't have been able to happen before, even if we wanted to. It just goes to show us that this was the right option. I remember seeing the picture tease for this film, and people voiced concern over the unpainted minis in the Kickstarter, but the video has just knocked it out of the park. Absolutely. Now, don't get me wrong, I would have loved to have all painted minis everywhere, all over that thing, but there is something to be said for showing the average person, the guy on the block, saying, this is what you get. And for some people, if they don't want to paint their models, they just want to play the game, enjoy. My buddy Jake, if he's listening, is probably tearing his hair out right now. He disagrees with me vehemently about the fact that while I do like painted models, I paint professionally. I love painted models. I am a firm believer that painting scores have absolutely nothing to do with tournament wins or game wins. They should not. It should not be part of the process. It should be awarded and rewarded. Like, there should be absolutely, oh my God, you've got the best painted models, at the show or whatever, best painted awards. That's fine. But as a gatekeep to keep people out, or to award actual points to whether or not you might have somebody, let's say I've got a 12-year-old kid who's just getting into the game. He's never painted models before. And you look at him and say, well, you got to paint your models to play in this tournament. Okay. So he slaps on a bunch of paint, and then he's an amazing general. He does great. He plays the game. He's a super sportsman. He's just this amazing guy. And then at the end, he loses out to the guy who paid somebody like me to paint their army. I just disagree with it. And so in a case like this, where this video is showing both painted and unpainted models, I like that, not because we're like, hey, don't worry about painting the models, but because that way you get to see what those models really are, just out of the box. That it's not a trick of the light. It's not somebody who knows how to add depth because of their paint skills, or they've added a bunch of freehand that you might believe suddenly is texture. You just get to see the model. BOB says, always paint the model, always. I like I said, I agree. I like painting models. I like having painted models, but I do not like penalizing someone or keeping someone from playing if they don't, for a variety of reasons. I would much rather someone be there, play the game, enjoy the game, be part of the community, and then maybe learn to paint their models, or continue to paint your models, or work within the community to have community paint day or whatever. But telling someone that they can't play an event because it's not painted or something like that, I will fight my fellow Resnovans tooth and claw. I will not turn someone away at the table. If they want to play my game, they should be able to play the game. Now, they still need the proper pieces. You still need to support the company that you're playing with, but there shouldn't be a gatekeep of this. You don't have this skill, or you don't have time to exercise that skill. Play the game. All right. Sorry. I got on a tangent. No, Skittle. All right. Different painting styles we've seen on the Facebook page. That's amazing. Absolutely. And that's the other thing. Sometimes try not to choke on a Skittle. You guys see it here on the live. So my live becomes a dead. All right. So see. Yeah, so there was somebody that posted up an amazing like sketch style comic book paint of one of the Total Morton, and when they did, most people were like, "Oh, that's cool, that's neat, I love that style, that's great." And then there was like one or two people who were like, "This style's ugly and I hate it." That's kind of my point. Is I don't think if that particular player painted their entire army in that style, and one of the paint judges just hates that style, suddenly they have a worse day at the tournament because they don't like how I painted my stuff. You know, there's a guy back in my 40K days that he had albino orcs. All of his orcs were bright white with pink eyes, and they were beautifully painted. Horrible looking, but beautifully painted. And he kept getting marks off because his orcs weren't green. He didn't have green orcs. And it's like, that's the reason why art is subjective. And I firmly believe that you should be able to reward someone for being the best painted, scoring points or whatever, that's fine. But actually, like, having a part of your tournament score or attendance being paint related is I will fight against that in every format that I ever create. Painting and theme awards definitely should be included at events, but not towards the tournament score. That still you and I are great. Any word of an official tournament pack template or word of potential themed force for the factions. I don't know about themed forces. I don't know about all that, but a tournament pack. If we get to the point where we are popular enough that we are having stores that want organized play, that want tournament style things. Dave Taylor and I made a really, really cool tournament pack for Dark Age back in the day. And I think we could probably mimic a great deal of that to fit for Warzone. And I think that would be a lot of good could be done by having a nice organized play. But for me personally, there is one primary rule, and that is the community needs to be solid and it needs to be a positive community. I really, really hate when a game ends up being, you get to a tournament and there's this one player that everybody hates playing because he's just a nightmare to play. Or, someone shows up and goes, "Hey, I've never played before. Can I jump in?" And they're like, "Yeah, let's club that baby seal." I want something that's more of a fostered community where one of my favorite stories from way back in the day, at one of the big national Immortals events. So this is like the World Championships every year for Dark Age. There was this special cool event. And one of the players, you had to qualify to be there and everything. One of the qualifying players showed up at the convention and basically said, "My army got lost in transit. Like, the airline lost my luggage, therefore lost my army." And in a World Championship event, rather than everybody saying, "Well, that's one less person we got to worry about," they gathered together amongst all of the players their extra models that they aren't using to make an army for this guy to be able to play in the finals. And that I will no matter how long I am in this industry, I will never forget that feeling of being so proud of my Dark Age community, so proud of my players that this is literally the championship event, and he could have been disqualified because he had no models, he had nothing, and they came together and cobbled him a force together so he could play, and I'll never forget that. Dan says, "And that man went on to win the entire championship." Sadly, he did not. I think he went through like the second round, but either way, it was still it's the thought that counts. I mean, I could change that story, 20 years from now. I'll be like, and I remember he came through, and his dice were made of magic gold. But yeah, no, he did well, but he didn't win. But it was still the fact that he was able to play, and that's something that I, more than anything else, what I want people to be able to play and enjoy the game. Close to 70%. Yeah, we're about ready to roll through 70 at the just over 3 hour mark. Great. Still unsure. Agreed. Play it painted should be promoted, but no need to enforce outside of an event tournament. Okay. Not all orcs are green. Just check out the sneaky purple orcs. Ben says, have you guys reached out to anyone in the Houston, Texas area? I don't know of anyone in the Houston, Texas area. If we had, if there was someone who knew some game stores there or something like that, I would absolutely love for them to get eyes on the Kickstarter, possibly get into the retail pledging. It could be awesome. David says, after the Kickstarter has been wildly successful, here's for hoping, will Resnova have an online store, or will those sales be retail stores? So I mentioned it earlier, but you weren't around yet. We want a strong retail presence. That's the big thing is the retail presence. But we will eventually, immediately after the Kickstarter is over, we will have there will be the late backing. People will be able to buy in, during that process. But I will say that we will eventually, Resnova will have a way for you to buy directly from us. But our goal, even though our profit margin goes, business Brian, even though our profit margin goes up when you buy directly from us, we want retailers involved. We would much rather a retailer be super happy and order everything they need to supply their players and keep things going, and give us an opportunity to create these organized play kits that retailers might be able to buy. And that's the kind of stuff that I want to see down the road. But to answer your question flatly, yeah, you'll be able to buy from us directly if you wish. But we really, really, really would hope that the retailers are the ones that get into this. Oh, awesome! We just popped through 70%. That is awesome. Very cool. Chanel McAdams was trying to get in on my TikTok Live. I'm not bringing in other people on my TikTok Live. This is just an avenue to bring people over to the YouTube Live. Friend. Although my battery is dying on my phone, so that avenue might end here pretty soon. Yeah, awesome. So that was 70% in just over 3 hours. It's a good sign. It's a good sign. I cannot wait for us to start unlocking cool stuff. All right, so what we got? Is the player still in the Facebook group? I don't remember. I don't know. You know what? But I can quickly take a look. Let's dangerous. Yeah. So let's little Darkwing Duck. Anybody out there? No. I'm showing how old I am. All right. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. All right. Looking for, what am I looking for? What did I say I was looking for? Oh, the player finder, to see if the player finder's here. Oh, itchy. Okay. So from at the Warzone Eternal, search for player finder. Player finder. Boop. It's still technically active. From May 3rd, 2022. Yeah. Wow. All right. So yeah, let me. Here is the Warzone Eternal Player Map. Like it when a plot comes together. All right, so copy and in case anybody wants to go put their dot on the line. That's crazy. I forgot that was a thing. That's awesome. Okay. Oh, got a question. Okay, I'm not paused, by the way. I I didn't want you guys to think that I'm completely paused. Um, all right, what we got? What we got? Love all the Bauhaus models look so beautiful, and yes, I am a Bauhaus player. I am not a Bauhaus player, but I do agree. I think those models are slick. I love the new Blitzers. I love the Blitzers. If it isn't, it'd be a good get a few stores that are backing or open to stocking your drone. Absolutely, I completely agree. I want to get those stores to be involved, man. That'd be great. That is again, that is that whole thing. All right. Someone says add those stretch goals. I'm telling you, I agree. We need to make sure we need to get this thing and make it happen, and then we'll bop out those stretch goals, man. Very, very cool. Quick, someone pull his string. I'm here. I swear. I'm not unconscious. I was just trying to juggle too many things at once. He's a fish guy from the deep. He plays Mishima. He lives in the middle of the Black Sea. Yeah. I remember when the player finder went up, that someone was like, there's a person that put their little spot like in the middle of nowhere, and it's someone who I believe is in the Navy who is on their vessel. Fantastic. I mean, I'm very excited, guys. Just as a side note, are there any local animals and deadly fauna? So there a lot of your terrain-based rules. There is definitely there is a rule for dangerous terrain, so terrain that can hurt you. So in the case of deadly fauna, let's say that you bought a cool tree stand that had like a bunch of like thorn whip plants or something, or you wanted to do like an acidic swamp or something like that. You would just assign that terrain trait at the beginning of the game. You would assign that the dangerous trait. You would say, these forests are all dangerous, or something along those lines. In the scenarios that we've got, kind of penciled in for later on, especially on a planet like Venus, where the jungles are all trying to eat you, there's definitely going to be cool scenario rules that are like, at the beginning of your turn, roll a die. If it's less than the number of units that you've got on the table, then you have a special event happen. And that special event, maybe that could be, some kind of one of the Venusian Predators, tries to take a snap at you, or you get a wave of foul you get the foul pollen from the flesh-eating Mongolians or Mongolians, flesh-eating Mongolians. What's the little flower that I was thinking of? Magnolia. Flesh-eating Mongolians. Nope. How about the pollen from the flesh-eating magnolias? It blows across one of your units, take a bunch of hits. So yeah, no, I definitely don't speak of my Mongolian allies. Oops. But yeah, no. So I definitely there's already rules in place in the main rulebook for to create a dangerous battlefield. Like, you could absolutely make a cool jungle full of all kinds of gnarly things that could possibly hurt your opponents. Or your friends. And we are planning, when the scenarios start to be more specific, that those will definitely have stuff in. What do we got? Idea for making the Dark Legion land ship model to play games on. Ooh, be creepy. What size are the unit cards? Will there be sleeves sources for the Kickstarter? So, the cards that we used at Adepticon were not handy for me to show you. They were just basic. They were like baseball card sized stat cards. We do not believe we will be going bigger than that. I don't think that it's necessary. We can fit all the information on that card. And that means that sleeving them, if you decide, is as easy as just going down to your local game store and just getting any Magic-friendly sleeve. Rather than us trying to make a big deal out of it or make an extra buck at it, it's literally just sleeves are sleeves. You've got it. For non-Americans, what size is a baseball card? The size of, well, roughly the size of a Magic card. This one's bent a little goofy, but the stat cards were roughly about that big. And I expect, I can't imagine us going much larger than that. Even our most advanced troop in playtest, their stats still fit on the back of that card. So, all right, what do we got? Stat cards there, so you don't have to thumb through the rulebook. Yeah, exactly. It's basically the stat cards are designed for you to have all of your stats. That's stupid. But also all of your special abilities listed on the back of the card. So if for some reason, once you understand how the game functions, then you can just flip over your card and go, oh, okay, this adds to this, this does to this, this does to this. Cool. And one of the things that we wanted to try and avoid is that there are very few instances of this special ability gives you 3 other special abilities, or, oh, if you have this, then you also have this. I understand that it makes for a nice kind of tiered system of abilities, but it also makes for either gigantic cards filled with tons of text, or flipping through the rule book constantly trying to find what all your stuff can do. So we very much believe in ease of play, focus on what you've got and where you've got it. All right. What do I got? What am I looking at? Oh, there you go. Nice. There's plenty of stockists and options for sleeves that size. How about an A5 sized card for bigger units? I don't think that's necessary because the bigger units don't necessarily have bigger stats. They're bigger numbers. But I think you're being funny. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Oh, that's why. Okay. I was looking at the campaign page and I was like, no one's backed Christmas morning? That seems silly. But it's because it's the early backer Christmas morning. Of course you guys have. Silly me, silly me. All right. Oh man, this is great. It's already turning good. Yeah, very cool. All right. So what we got here would be handy for demos, but I'm sure I can print them off a bigger stuff. Well, and that's the other thing is that you're right. Once our plan here is basically when a model becomes available for pre-sale or for like when we announce that a model is going to exist. So we show, hey, here's this guy, bow, 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 that we will have those stats available for download on our website. So that way you can start to decide whether or not you want to add them to your force. It gives you an opportunity to brain stopped functioning. Oh yeah, so that way you can test them out with proxies. You can have a friendly game with some of you using some of those old Protoss models that you have that a lot of people say that they still got. You can give them a test before you decide to go ahead and buy any of the ones from us. And then we'll leave those stat cards up for download for that way in case someone decides down the road they want to we'll include one stat card for every type of model in the force. But there might be some people that decide they want to go ahead and be like, let's have one for each one of my undead legionnaires. Bonk, 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 bonk. That'll be a download and do a thing. All right, so where we at? Any chance of a cheap cardboard option for tokens? Even a print and play would be appreciated. It's possible. We'll. I mean, that's definitely that's a very cool thing that would probably be available for us to be able to do. Hopefully. I mean, we love our fancy acrylic tokens from Muson Minis. We love the ones they put together for us and everything. But we also know that not everybody wants to spend the extra money, or not everybody really needs the super fancy fans. They might just want to throw some models down. Will we have a potential roadmap of releases once retail begins, or how much of lead time do you think we have on new releases? What I can say is Alex and I roughly know what the next 2 or 3 waves should look like. Now, obviously, with the backer level that allows you to kind of buck the system and get something in there that you really want ahead of time and work with us on getting it designed and everything, that obviously trumps that idea. But for the most part, because we also want to make sure that we try and keep things roughly fair and competitive between the forces. That being said, I think I have at this time, not all of it's fully play tested, but I think at this point I have 7 or 8 full waves for every faction ready to go. Rules wise anyway. So I could not tell you. It would really just kind of depends on how much sculptors turn around, all that. It really just kind of comes down to them. And how, if this continues to go steady and does great for us, then that puts a lot more capital, no pun intended, into the kitty, allowing us to hire more sculptors, hire more production facility stuff. So like it's all kind of a back and forth and a learning experience. We kind of have to see how things are going. For instance, if everyone and their brother gets their retailer to join, then those retail pledges, those retailers, we know that every single one of them, that's probably somebody who will buy 3-4 rounds of every unit box when those boxes become available. That all creates a better flow for Footprint. It creates a constant way for us to make sure that we are always moving forward in how things go. So do we have a roadmap? We kind of have a behind the scenes private one that is always subject to change based off of sculpts, based off of how playtest. If we've had a model that got booted down to like wave 4 because the playtests on it were horrible. It came back and we went, no, this needs some redesign. It needs to not be in this slot. Someone else takes his place, and it gets booted down to the minors, so to speak. So there's no good way to give you a straight up answer like that. There's no way to give you a straight just yes, this is what we are. Now, the chances are pretty good that because we generally, I'm going to say 90% know what the next wave of models will be after the stretch goals and all that stuff. So the chances are pretty good that we'll probably let people know, hey, this is what you got to look forward to. But we also don't want to tell people about a bunch of stuff if it's not actually there yet, if it hasn't happened yet. BOB says, dang it, head to back Warzone again. Okay, well, I'm glad. Hopefully there's a print off option on the Res Nova side. Oh, talking about the counters and stuff. Kind of cool. Will we see campaign storybooks, and will there be one per faction or planet? So when we get around, so I don't know what storybooks or campaign books, but I do know that we definitely want to do scenario packs, and those will while there'll be narrative in idea, especially if any of them, if we manage to figure out how to do the ones that come with terrain or something, those will definitely be environmentally focused. So there is plans in-house for many waves. This is exciting here. Oh, absolutely. I much to Alex's chagrin, when I get into a design tear, when I get into a situation where I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna make all this stuff, I'll take an entire weekend and slam out 7 or 8 preliminary units in stat form, and then I'll basically tell Alex, and he'll be like, come on. Because he's so focused on making sure this happens, and I'm focused on trying to see the far ahead future because we're going to make $1 bazillion. Will terrain be plastic, sidecast, metal, or cardstock? Utterly unknown. I can't see myself making actual sidecast or metal terrain, but like laser engraved MDF or that press board, that colored press board hardstock, or just plastics, that's more likely and could be very, very cool. It could actually be a pretty neat piece of terrain, but that is all, who knows. Let's hope that it happens. BOB says, at least that's what I'm telling my wife. I'm saving us money. You are. By getting in on those skirmish levels, you're totally saving us money. Oh, I'm good choking on Skittle. I should stop eating. Oh, Seth, yeah, Tinker Turf. I love Tinker Turf. I love their terrain. I love the guys over there. Lane is a great dude. And we've talked a little bit about what kind of cool terrain stuff that they could do that would be very I mean, they already have a bunch of really great sets that are Warzone compatible. Like they just make sense. My demo table for Warzone, when I take it to a store, is all Tinker Turf. But the guys over there, they've said they were like, we would love to, kind of pick it. I could probably give them several cool designs of this would be really neat to see. It'd be cool to have a couple of interesting like larger setup scaffolding, or maybe like a cool dark spire or something. That could be pretty cool. But again, legally, because of the license and everything, we can't just look at them and say, hey, can you make this thing? Because then there's royalties involved, there's money involved, there's permissions involved, there's all kinds of stuff. But what we can do is work with them on how to create something cool that they could sell on their own, that we could then turn around and point to them and go, hey guys, this would be a really cool piece of terrain, don't you think? So we'll see how that goes. Is Resnova still working alongside TT Combat on themed MDF terrain? They have some nice American City-style buildings, but they seem a bit small internally for playing with 30mm bases. I don't know that we have a relationship with TT Combat. I don't know. Do the old school kits with modern design? Absolutely. I would I think that would be great. Especially because the old school kits, since they were designed for cardboard attachment, is if we could actually find the schematics for what those pieces looked like, for what they were, and we could probably find an MDF or a hard press board or something like that. You could find some of those cool companies. We could and be like, hey, let's make this cool thing. I 100% agree with you. I think that'd be great. And especially knowing how far the technology has come for like weight bearing cardstock and things like that. I completely agree. I think it'd be fantastic. Oh, all right. Alex hopped in and said we have not been working with TT Combat. Yeah, I didn't think I had. I didn't think we were. Must have been the kits that you used in your gameplay demo with Alex. Oh, for the gameplay demo that we did the first Kickstarter, that was not TT Combat. That was Muse on Minis, which we do have a working relationship with, and they do good work. You should head over to their website and take a look at some cool stuff. All right, here is something. Check that out. I don't know what that is. I don't know. All right. What else do we have? Anything cool? Anything cool? La, 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 la. Okay. All right. Very cool. All right. Let's see what else. Just as a side note, because I do have other things that I have accomplished today, that I have to accomplish today, aside from just this, that I'm at. Right now we're at the 3 hour and 42 minute mark. When we get to the 4 hour mark for this live, I am gonna have to take a break. I've got to get some stuff accomplished. I gotta go pick up my kid. But I got some real life stuff I got to do as well, which means I will be finishing this live in about 20 minutes. But like I said, stay tuned for the live play. Let me grab those links again. I want to make sure that I've got those set up for you guys. If I can find it. Here we go. All right. Yeah, I want to make sure that you guys know where those are, because at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so here in about 3.5 hours, about 3 hours, the guys over at the Dead Zone podcast are going to be doing a live play. They're actually going to play at a game store in Lansing, Michigan. So you're going to get a chance to see the game being played, see models in action, and possibly, I believe Rick is actually going to be there as well to answer questions and stuff. So that'll be cool. And then at 7, Alex and I are joining Dave and Jake over at Build, Paint, and Play to discuss to talk about how the Kickstarter is going. So that'll be in about 4 hours. So yeah, no, this has been great. Which, by the way, thank you for everybody who's been sticking around. And oh yeah, my battery is super dead on my TikTok live. Sorry, TikTok live, but you're done. You're done because you're dead. But the things have been great. We're going strong. We're going solid. And thanks for sticking around here and asking questions and just being part of this part of this process. I with the rest of my regular job and everything else, I won't be able to do a lot of these lives, but I will try to do more of them. I am more likely to go for live for an hour on a Friday. But we'll see. We'll see, and we'll see what's necessary on that. All right. So we got demo video kits. Hi, my question is very simple. Does the new figure excuse me. Yep. Oh, gonna die. Does the new figure scale range respects the first edition scale, or is it a new or different scale? Never mind. Alex is on it. It is the 32 to 35 millimeter tall, generally close to first edition models. Would you say the game is more for advanced players, or would it be okay for younger? Whoa, I scrolled too fast. Younger beginners to get into. All right, so I can tell you this, and people are gonna be like, "Oh, nice eye roll answer." Easy to start, difficult to master. No, so at Adepticon, we showed lots of people how to play this game. And our demo, I would say, got about 80% of the nitty gritty. Like it dealt with some of the special rules. It dealt with some of the corner cases. Obviously, we didn't get into the super minutia type things that you will have to kind of learn as you go. But the demos were complete. Like, people did learn how to play the game. And there were several young players that did pick it up very well. But the thing that got me is that there were many, many times that I would start a demo. I would show someone how to kind of how to read the card, how to do their actions, kind of get a general idea of the back and forth of the action reaction system. And then I would turn away to get a drink or answer somebody a question to the booth or something. And when I would come back, they're still playing and they're still going strong and they're doing it right. And what that means to me is it means the rule set is easily understandable enough that once you've got the kind of main equation, you've got that main stuff down, that you could show your friends. It's extremely easy to demo. And because it doesn't require a massive amount of models, that demo can be fast. You can get a halfway decent demo in full game in less than 45 minutes. So, all right. So what we got? We have, Dark says, did you know that some of the Bauhaus from Like a Pig and Mud Goes to War with it? Yeah, apparently some of them were based off of an anime. I recently learned this. I did not know that. And hey, Owen, man, it's good to see you. Blessed and lucky, and congrats with the great looking launch. Can't wait to see it get released. I can't wait for you to be standing across the table from me once again. I hope to hear about the amazing Warzone Eternal tournaments taking place at Captain Con, like you have done so many times in the past for Dark Age. How would Dead Zone or Battle Zone terrain work for Warzone? Probably fine. I can't see where that would be. I mean, those would be good. thank you for hosting us and answering our mad questions with a passion for the system. So one, if anybody has ever been a subscriber to my game, or my game, subscriber to my channel, you know that my catchphrase is leave every room a little happier than when you got there, and that I am first and foremost a gamer. The reason why I got into this industry in the very beginning is because I'm a writer, I'm a creative, and I love games, and I have always been a gamer. You know, from 7 years old, when my step cousin put me in, sat me down at a table full of stoned high schoolers and was like, "You're a dwarf, kill stuff with an axe." I've always been into gaming, and I've never, it's of all of the things that came, skateboarding, music, baseball for a short period of time, hockey, everything that has come and gone in my life. The one thing that has never stopped is my love for gaming, my love for games, my love for role playing, my love for miniature games. That has never even waned. Yeah, I've never been in a position where I've been like, I game too much. It's always been my escape. It's always been what I do to fill my heart with joy when the world is crushing me from every direction. And in an instance like this is exactly the kind of thing that I want to do. I want to see other people feed off of that, feed off of my happiness and my joy, seeing them do stuff. I want to be able to go to a convention, not have people not even know who the hell I am, and just walk up to a table and see people playing a game. One of my favorite memories of all time, one of my favorite memories of all time is way back when, 2002 or 2003, when I was still at Privateer Press and War Machine Prime was going hard and going strong. I remember walking into a game store, and I was probably buying paintbrushes or a paint or something. And I walked in, and they were playing starter box checkmate style War Machine games in the far back, in the back of the place. And I'm sitting there, and I looked at the guy running the store. It was the store I frequented, and I saw him back there, and I was like, what's going on? And he's like, "Oh man, they're playing War Machine." And I was like, and he knew who I was, and he knew what I had to do with War Machine, and he was like, you should go say hi. And I was like, I don't want to be weird, like I don't want to be like, by the way, I made your game. I didn't want to be weirdo. And so, but I did want to go see them play this game. I wanted to see them enjoy it. And I sat back there and I watched for a little while, and not only were they having a blast and just enjoying games and throwing dice and having a great time, but they also were philosophizing about characters that I created, about stories that I told. They were like, what do you think's going to happen when Khador invades Lael? Khador's never going to invade Lael. It was just this sort of back and forth. And I sat there, I stood there and just like listened and was like, that feeling I will never, I've gotten it a million times since then with various products and various instances and whatnot. Every time somebody walks up and asks if I can autograph a book that I've written, or a game that I designed, or I'll get a message. I got a message from a cousin, someone in my family that I didn't even know, but I got a message from them that basically said, "Hey, my kid is really big into D&D. Is there anything that you can like talk to them about? That's what you do." And it was just one of those things where it's like that family member knew what was up. They knew what I do for a living, where my brain set is, where my passion is. And to bring us back to Warzone, to get back on topic, because otherwise I consider wax poetic for the last 8 minutes of my life. I want other people to have that same kind of passion for positivity in games, for the games themselves. I want someone to be able to walk into their closet or their bedroom or their game room or their studio or whatever and find that thing and go, I love this thing. And I love the time that I put into it and the time that I've played with it. And remember that time that me and my buddies sat around drinking beers, playing Warzone until 4 a.m. That's what I want to remember. Like that's, I to give you an idea, I played Warzone on my friend's floor. He's another guy, actually ended up being another designer in the game industry. But we were playing Warzone on his basement floor, this massive like 6-way game way back in the day, just massive, huge thing. And that night was the night that I told all of my friends I was going to propose to my first wife. It's like I'm gonna go home. I'm feeling good. I'm gonna go get the ring out of the closet, and I'm gonna make it happen. And that's exactly what I did. I went and proposed to my first wife at like 5 a.m. After a game of Warzone. I was in that spot. So like these are the things that I want. I want out of the community. I want the collective. I want people to enjoy playing Warzone, to find joy playing Warzone, to find joy playing any games. But like in this case, because we're talking about Warzone, I want to see this kind of awesomeness to also come back out of other people that have nothing to do with me. I want to be able to go to someone's game, go to a convention and find out that someone's running a Warzone tournament and they have nothing to do with us. That's what I want. All right. There's been so many things. Because I'm running out of time and I want to catch everything here. Let's see. Thanks for looking to pull in my younger teen son, even if modified to get going. I hope Alex didn't pressure Brian into making Capital stronger than the rest. We will be watching. He wouldn't. In fact, I'm more of a Capital fan than he is. By the way, another question. I see the starters are not organized like the first edition. Will the game include real organized squads, or is the game of individuals? Dimitri, this is a skirmish-based game. Every character is its own character. Every unit can be its own hero. There are some models that activate kind of in groups, but generally speaking, it is an individual-based activation game. Do any of the starter boxes have a medic? I do not believe that any of the starter boxes come with a medic like straight up. But David, if you squint, most of the medics are armed like regular troopers, so you could easily paint one. They might have like a different doodad on their back or something in the actual unit box. But if you really just wanted to, like, I want a Blood Beret medic, you could probably paint one up that way, or as a Blue Beret, like we mentioned earlier. Melanie says, "Holy crap, you're still streaming? Are you going to stream until you fund?" I wish I could. I'm only going to stream for about another 4 minutes. I gave myself a 4-hour slot today to do this kind of kickoff for the launch and make things happen. It would have been awesome to be able to be online when we fund, but alas, there are other things that have to be. There are real life things that have to be pertained to as well. So I wish I could. Still unsure says, "What's your favorite rules mechanic for the game?" Wow. I'm gonna say that my favorite rules mechanic is probably the counterattack, the counterattack reaction. The fact that you have it's definitely a risk versus reward. Do I spend my reaction to make myself harder to kill because of duck for cover, or do I go ahead and spend it and my action, making it so I don't get nearly as many shots or enough stuff to do this round, but I might be able to drop that guy before he actually gets into position? Or do I hope that guy's dice or skills aren't that great? I'm a big super tough guy, and I just hope that it brushes off, and then I go ahead and spend just my reaction to take the shot back. Because if that's also the end of their turn, I could then turn around as my next action, activate this guy, and get a couple more shots in. You could really, that could be a big swing point. Or that Undead Legionnaire could roll a critical hit, and you could lose your guy. And you go, oh, but the dice said, sometimes the dice are against you. Melanie says positivity is great, but nurturing a community of inclusiveness is super important. I 100% agree. I absolutely want. This is what I was talking about earlier. I think you may not have been on the stream where I hate the gatekeeping nature of you can't play with unpainted models. I love the concept of trying to make it so you want new players to come to your table and you want to be able to play. You know, come down to your store and get a rando game in. That's what I love. My goal is to have a community that is strong enough that everybody is having a good time, even if they're losing. Personally, I'll keep playing the first edition, but the new figures range is very interesting. That's rock and roll, man. Keep playing first edition, Mutant Chronicles all the way, man. Like the Centurion, cool. We like him too. Boo, no real life. Kickstarter is everything. Just kidding. Keep rested and remember to hydrate. And eat some nice food. What are you kidding? I've got Skittles. Who needs fresh food? I have Skittles. Thank you so much for all of this. Really appreciate what you and Alex are doing for all of us fans. Well, I gotta say, like I said, I gotta get going, but there's a choke on a Skittle. Thank you still. No, it has been my pleasure. Not only just in the game and on Facebook and today, and this is like the third time I should stop eating Skittles and eat real food. This has been a lot of fun. You know, if 4 hours is a long time, I wish I could keep going. I wish I could be here to blow the happy whistles when we hit 70. But keep spreading the word. Thank you very much. If you're not already a subscriber to my channel, please subscribe. I put out shows every Friday. I'm not doing one this Friday because of this. But please subscribe. Be a part of everything that we do. I'll sign off like I always do. Stay safe. If you're in a place where someone asks you to wear a mask because of sicknesses and things, please do so. Be vaccinated, get boosted, be healthy, don't choke on Skittles. But more importantly most importantly, try and leave every room that you enter a little happier than when you got there, and play some games. We'll see you guys on the boards.